Bonjour. Bonjour, alors on est prêt à poursuivre avec les questions de Maître Hamelin.
Oui, bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Je vais essayer d'arranger ma galerie. Je ne vois pas. Ah, voilà. Alors, bonjour, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames les régisseurs. Good morning, Mrs. Villatson. So I will continue my cross-examination. First of all, I want to, oops, il manque des pages. Ah, excuse me. Okay, sorry. My pages were mixed. So as a start, I would like to maybe discuss the CAPM method a little bit with you this morning. I will ask that we turn to your evidence, BV 4.9, page 18, and it's the PDF page 157. Peux-tu me sortir au fur et à mesure? Just a second. Perfect, thank you. So this is your base 30-year Canada yield projection of 2.3, correct?
As of the time of filing, yes.
Okay. And then if we go to page 158, you actually use a long-term risk-free rate of 2.47. So this is essentially what we understand as a partial return to normality adjustment, correct?
It is when I use my risk-free rate in combination with a historical market risk premium, I in part return it to normality. I do not use any kind of adjustment if I use a forward-looking MRP.
So forward, no adjustment. Okay.
Forward, no adjustment.
So apart from the fact that your evidence was based on June 2021 markets and Dr. Booth's early spring this year, you both agree that the current and even consensus projections of the 30-year yield are not a good basis for the CAPM estimates, correct?
We agree that you need to either consider a I would say you need to either consider a forward-looking MRP or a forward-looking risk-free rate where you adjust it to somewhat of normality. I would agree with that. I disagree with not looking to forward-looking projections.
Okay. So looking at your BV 4.10, I would say that another area of disagreement would be between you and Dr. Booth is the use of the appropriate beta or risk positioning measure, correct?
Yes, I believe you should estimate betas over the most recent 3 years of weekly betas. Dr. Booth does not get his betas this way.
Okay, and it would also be the fact that you're using adjusted betas, correct?
These are adjusted betas, yes.
Okay, so and just to understand what you refer to as the Bloomberg betas, let's go back to your report when you referred to the Bloom adjustment. And just as a step back, just so I understand correctly, and for everybody, so for the CAPA method is essentially the determination of your risk-free rate, the beta, and the market risk premium, correct? So as far I understand well.
Yes.
Okay, that's the basis, right? So with respect to the beta that you used, I understand that you have used historical betas obtained from Bloomberg using weekly returns over a 3-year historical estimation.
That's correct.
In footnote 41 of your report, you indicate this concept of Bloom adjustment. And we can probably go to your footnote 141. I don't have the page, the PDF page.
I know
but
it's page 65 of the report. I don't know the PDF.
Okay. Yes, it's page 65, question A60. So essentially, you indicate that Bloom adjustment is to improve predictive accuracy relative to the use of raw historical betas. Betas adjusted in this manner are also reported by Value Line and other investment services. So with respect to the historical betas from Bloomberg, I just want to understand how it works. Is it correct to say that Bloomberg is a data provider that has software to assist an analyst?
That's correct.
So to help the exercise, what we have done is that we have filed a redacted version of, I would call it a beta estimate, if I may say, and it's Exhibit C à SIG 77. Alors, Madame la greffière, si c'était possible de le montrer à l'écran. So we have redacted some portion of the figures since this document is included in the confidential information. If I understand correctly how it works, someone can input all the various information, the dates, the frequency, the intervals, and the adjusted beta, correct? And I should say the adjusted beta weight.
Yes, you can input the dates you want to estimate. So you can see this is 2005 to 2021, and you estimate, you look at what frequency you want, you look at what years you want, etc. So you can input that, yes.
And also on the line adjusted beta weight, this is essentially...
you can adjust that, yes.
Okay. And the with respect to the Bloom adjustment, is it correct to say that you set the beta equal to 1/3 the average beta of 1 plus 2/3 the actual estimated beta?
That's what the Bloom adjustment does, yes.
Okay. So Bloomberg itself does not publish the betas, correct?
Bloomberg has a default estimation method.
No, but at the end result here, is it correct to understand that you have essentially estimated the monthly returns over 5 years? You have estimated the beta weight. So it's based on your judgment that you arrive with what you call a Bloomberg data, correct?
These here was my settings, yes.
And that's what you've done for all those estimates that you called Bloomberg data, correct?
Yes.
I refer you to exhibits EGI 11, which is I apologize for that. So, sorry, Monsieur le Président, je m'excuse de... Alors, I refer to an IR that was asked by the Régie with respect to the Bloom adjustment. So it's exhibit EGI 11. We don't necessarily have, well, we can go, probably Madame la greffière, la pièce EGI 11.
Pouvez-vous répéter la cote, Régie?
Oui, c'est la cote EGI 11.
C'est B0079.
Bon,
oui, la cote Régie, que c'est B. B0.
Oui, oui, tout à fait. Pardon.
Merci.
And we can go probably to the next page. We see the question that was put by the Régie. The Régie asked you if there were any references to the effect that the Bloom adjustment procedure, and in fact, to support your statement that Bloom adjustment is a routine procedure that has been approved by regulators. And you have listed here decisions where it has been approved, or where you indicate that it was discussed or approved. Am I correct to say that they're like all what you've listed, essentially, sometimes we do not necessarily know what was the adjusted betas source, but all the sources that I have seen here are essentially value line sources. Am I correct?
That would be true for most of them. I do not believe that is true for U.S. Federal Communications Commission.
And what would be the adjusted betas in that case?
I believe the staff of the Federal Communications Commissions estimate their own betas.
So is it fair to say that you have not referred to any references, sources with respect to Bloomberg betas, correct?
I have not, because in the US, it's generally not discussed where you get your betas from. Most regulators simply take their betas from value line.
Okay. But is it correct to say that you do not have any references supporting the use of Bloomberg betas, correct?
I do not have any at hand, no. It's certainly true that, and it's also true that most just don't say where they get their betas from. They make a decision on what the ROE is. So what I listed here is the one I know of that explicitly use certain adjusted betas.
And the one that you've listed, essentially, except for the US one, are referring to value line, correct?
They do, yes.
So let's turn now to the report of Dr. Booth and his betas. I'm referring you to his Appendix C. So it's Exhibit C, ASIG 40 at page 22. So in this appendix, we see betas from the sources Yahoo. Are you aware that the source Yahoo is a source data from, well, Yahoo is in fact capital IQ from Standard & Poor's?
They obtain their raw data from that, yes.
So if we look, let's say, at Fortis, Fortis at page 22, we see if we can probably enlarge a little bit, Madame la Greffière, the first one, so Fortis. The second column, we see beta in parentheses, what I think is 5-year monthly. So this is essentially monthly returns over a 5-year period. That's your understanding as well?
That's what they reported is. I do not know exactly how Yahoo estimates their betas.
Okay. So if we were to do the exercise between what you have in terms of beta and Dr. Booth, for instance, for Fortis, it's 0.77. Yahoo has 0.09. Would that be correct?
That is the numbers reported, yes.
Okay. I'll do briefly the exercise with you for the other ones. If I'm looking at Emera, you have a beta of 0.74. We can scroll probably, yes, perfect. And Yahoo and has a beta of 0.25.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. If we continue with the other one, it's Canadian Utilities. You have a beta of 0.96, and Yahoo has a beta of 0.56. If we, yes, if we continue on page, I think it's 23, we can see. So this is still correct?
That's what the numbers are reported, yes.
Okay. And TC Energy, you have 1, and Yahoo has 0.79. This is again correct?
That's the numbers reported, yes.
Sorry, I said that it was the last one, but the last one is Enbridge. You have 0.92. And this time Yahoo has 0.94. So actually, in this case, you use a lower beta for this one, correct? You have the numbers show.
I don't see Enbridge on the screen.
Okay, the next one, I think.
Okay.
So for this one, it's your beta was lower, correct?
That's correct. I would also point out that Dr. Booth also estimates his own beta, which are much closer to my betas.
Okay. Otherwise, in the other case that I've referred to, the Bloomberg data are higher than the ones I've indicated to you.
They're higher than what is reported on these Yahoo pages. I do not know how Yahoo got to their numbers.
Okay. If we go to page 11 of Dr. Booth's Appendix C, and unfortunately, we cannot necessarily show this this page with your own reference to all the betas, which are at page 158 of the PDF, but we'll try to make the comparison. Generally speaking, would you agree that the estimates from his Appendix C are generally lower than your Bloomberg betas?
I would agree that most of the estimates are lower.
If I take the example of Canadian Utilities, you have a beta of 0.96. Dr. Booth's estimates is at 0.58, sorry, with a delta of 0.38. Again, this is as per your testimony. You agree with those figures? Well,
I do.
What it shows, yes, okay. And EMRA, you are at 0.74, and Dr. Booth's estimate is at 0.28. Would you agree that it's a significant difference?
There is a substantial difference for entities like EMRA and Fortis, yes.
If I go to your Bloomberg betas at page 158 of your report, so the report is Exhibit B15. Perfect. And we see at column 2 your Bloomberg betas. If we don't see an average calculation, but we have done the average calculation, and it is 0.9. Do you agree?
I
Can do
agree.
it. Okay. Is it fair to say that it shows a trend near 1?
I would say 0.9 is not 1. It's below 1, which I would expect it to be. But it's certainly higher than Dr. Booth's average of 0.74.
With respect to adjusted betas, is it to your knowledge that the Régie has rejected its use in the past?
To my knowledge, that the Régie in 2009 did not use adjusted betas. I do not recall what exact language they used, but no, they did not use adjusted betas in 2009.
I would like to refer you to decision D 2009-182 that we have filed this morning as Exhibit C ASIG 79. It's at paragraph 220, starting at paragraph 220. So at paragraph 220, the Régie indicates that establishing the beta is one of the major difficulties in applying the CAPM. My understanding is that at paragraph 221, and I'll let you read it, but my understanding is that in that case, the expert was proposing adjusted betas of 0.70. So adjusted betas. Is it your understanding as well?
That's correct.
And at paragraph 222, we see what Dr. Booth had used back then. And finally, at paragraph 224, it is mentioned that with respect to the use of adjusted betas, the Régie maintains the position that it has taken in previous decisions with footnote 86. I think that in the translated version, if we scroll down, I don't think that we have the various decisions. Are you aware that in all of those decisions, essentially, the Régie rejected the use of adjusted betas? I would suggest to you.
I'm aware of some of these decisions, and just so we are all clear that even if we were not using adjusted betas, there would still be a difference between Dr. Booth and myself because my unadjusted beta would be very close to the adjusted beta. And as I showed in my presentation, it would be 0.85.
But you recognize that in the past, I understand your point, but just so that we are clear, the Régie has refused in a number of decisions the adjusted betas, correct?
There was years in the past not recognized adjusted betas. I agree with that.
Am I to understand that for the ECAPM method, you also use adjusted betas, correct?
That's correct.
Am I think I've heard you, and I think it's in your presentation talking about betas, that your opinion was that long-term trends were not appropriate for today's cost of equity determination. Is that what you've said?
Yes, I believe you should rely on contemporaneous information, especially as pertains to betas in the gas industry, which is changing, and therefore we need to know how has it changed. The risks of gas utilities such as Energia, Gasifer, and Intragas has changed in recent years, and therefore we need to look at what does that mean for our estimates.
Let's go to your report, B15, page 106 of the PDF. It's figure A3. So this relates to the ECAPM method, and this table relates to the alpha factor of the ECAPM method. I see that the basis for the proposed figures taken from various sources are, I would say, old, the most recent being 2004. Do you agree with that?
That is correct. I would say that while more recent studies do not explicitly estimate the alpha factor, it is also true that recent studies of what we typically refer to as the pharma-friends model finds that the CAPM line is flatter than what we actually theoretically believe it should be, indicating again that you need to do something to your beta to make it flatter.
But I understand that there are no recent studies on this, correct?
There's not, because once the academic literature has settled an issue, academics cannot publish on the same issue again.
Okay. And is it to your knowledge that the same table was used by Dr. Wilbert in 2009 in the Régie's file R-3690-209?
I don't know.
If I was to suggest to you that it's as like word per word the same table, would that surprise you?
Not particularly, because there are no new studies, and therefore the materials you would rely on would be the same.
Okay. Mr. President, we will file the 2009 table of ECAPM that was filed in file R-3690-2009, so we can have that in the record.
Très bien, merci.
Is it to your knowledge that the Régie has rejected the ECAPM method before?
It's my understanding that the ECAPM was not accepted in the 2009 decision, which is found in B166.
Okay. let's go back to decision 2009-182, which is C ASIG 79. At paragraph 200. So you referred to a 2009 decision, but here we are in 2011, and the conclusion is to the effect that the Régie has ruled on the ECAPM, and there is no new information that would warrant a reconsideration of this method. Would you agree with? Well, I'm reading it. So do you confirm that it's? Now it's to your knowledge that also in 2011, the Régie rejected the ECAPM, correct?
In 2011, yes, the Régie did not accept the ECAPM.
Okay. Were you aware of this decision before you drafted your report?
Yes. To the best of my information, I have an obligation as an expert to present the best information I possibly can to the Régie and then let them make a decision on the evidence.
Okay, but it has already made its decision in at least 2 decisions. You still believe that it was relevant to present the ECAPM method, even if it was rejected?
I do. I believe I should present the best methodology I know of. And that decision was made more than a decade ago.
I would like now to turn to the schedules of your report. It's BV3, so it would be page 142 of the PDF. And I'll walk you through just so that I understand, make sure I understand the methodology. So if we'll take as an example Algonquin.
Yes.
And we see in the first and second column, no, the first, sorry, and the third column, common equity ratio. So in this case, it's 0.61. And with respect to the debt ratio, it's 0.38.
That's correct.
Am I to understand, and just to make sure I clearly understand, when you put those figures, it has been essentially calculated, or when you use the DCF capital structure, debt and equity to market value ratios that we find at page 6 of, well, it's your PDF 145. We can probably go to page 145. And probably scroll down a little bit. If we look at the first column at the bottom, we see debt and equity to market value ratios. The number for the third line, 60/57 for the common equity, and debt market value ratio 30/48. So when we were talking earlier about the numbers 0.61 and 0.38, this is where it comes from, correct?
That's correct. That was just rounded numbers coming from here.
Okay. And we see from the title of this page and the first column on our left that we're referring to market value of common equity, market value of preferred shares, and so on.
Yes, it's the market value of common equity, market value of preferred shares, and market value of debt.
Okay. And so I understand that the components of the capital structure are determined on the basis of market value as opposed to book value?
For the purpose of determining what is the leverage in all of my sample companies, yes.
And so you just indicated that you've done the same thing for all of the entities comprised in your sample. So let's go now to page 155 of the PDF. If we can maybe le diminuer un peu, Madame la greffière. Je sais que ça va faire petit, mais if it's possible to see the last column, column 10. So this last column is entitled Overall Weighted After-Tax Cost of Capital. So in a IR from the Régie, and I apologize, I have and I can read it to for the purpose of everyone. It's EGI 18.3. The Régie has asked you to explain if the methodology used in your table were essentially similar to the ADWAC method that was proposed in another file, the file R-4156-2021. And I will refer and read your answer. You indicated Dr. Willitson cannot be certain whether the approach taken in R-3690-2009 is the same as that employed in B15, page 196, as she does not have the underlying analysis. But my question to you is, would you agree that the methodology used here to calculate column 10 is essentially similar to the ADWAC methodology, at least in terms of the formula to calculate your column 10?
In terms of the formula used to calculate column 10 here on the multi-stage DCF methodology, which is what we're using at, yes, this is calculating the after-tax weighted average cost of capital. As I understand it, what is different in the docket that was referenced here, we did not look to the Régie did not look to the Hamada methodology, which is the key to what I rely on. I prefer not to rely on the weighted after-tax weighted average cost of capital or the overall weighted after-tax cost of capital, however you want to phrase it, simply because the Régie has in the past ruled that they do not find that to be the best way to determine this. Instead, I'm suggesting that we should take a look at the Hamada methodology and make sure that all of our results are supported by data that comes out from that methodology. That is a methodology I cannot apply to the multi-stage DCF, which we're looking at here. So I showed what it would be had we looked at the after-tax weighted cost of capital.
Okay. I'll try to understand a little bit more, but just at the basis, if we're just to make sure, the formula at column 10 is essentially, if I was to take, and I won't do it because everybody will be sleeping by then, if I was going to take the ADWAC formula and input the figures that you have in your table, I would arrive exactly to your figures at column 10, correct?
Yes, because there's only one after-tax weighted average cost of capital according to textbooks, and it's calculated the way it's calculated here.
Okay. So just before talking about the question of the Amada method, let's go to your DCF methodology, still in your, so I understand the next step in your process. So it's BV 4.8 and it's page, I had, can it be 17? So just, you can go up, yeah. Oh, it's page 17. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So we saw that in the previous page, the average of your column 10, for instance, for the example of the multi-stage DCF was 5.6, and we see it here in BV 4.8. Am I to understand? Okay, am I to understand that then you're using this number to arrive, and if we can maybe put it smaller so we can see the complete table. So you still use it in order to determine an estimated return on equity, correct?
So using the multi-stage DCF methodology, which is what is in the last line here, what I do here is to show that if we assume that you pay an average of 5.6 for capital that the utilities use, which is what our samples show, then if you were to assume that customers should pay the same at a different capital structure, namely at 40% equity, then they would have to pay a cost of equity of 10.5%. That would give them the same dollar amount in terms of payments as if you pay 5.6 on the overall capital structure.
Okay.
That's what the table shows.
Okay, and so this informs your judgment in essentially in determining the fair ROE at the end result?
It informs it, but it's not how I make sure that this is not the only thing that supports my recommendation, because I do not want to have my recommendation being supported only by the HE-WAC methodology. This number here, and particularly the multi-stage DCF, is within the range of what I get from my Hamada methodology.
And again, I think you've indicated that, but for the to arrive to your 10.5, since we have used, if we go back and do the reverse engineering, it was all essentially using market weights, correct?
It used market weights, and here we use the targeted equity percentage, in this case 40%. My tables also showed what it would be at 46% or at 43%.
Okay. So you already indicated that you were informed that the Régie has rejected the ATWAC method. So let's go back to the decision, D2009-156. It's exhibit CASIG 76. And starting with paragraph 215. If we can go up a little bit, it's 215.
Maître Hamelin,
oui?
Est-ce que je suis dans le bon document? Est-ce que j'ai bien compris?
C'est 76? Oui. Non, c'est la pièce 76, oui, la D2009-156. J'espère que c'est moi qui ai les bonnes cotes. Je pense que c'est juste le paragraphe qu'il faut aller un peu plus haut, c'est 215. Vous étiez dans le bon document, je crois.
Ouais, c'est la page 13 du PDF.
So this was sent or filed yesterday. So I don't know if you had the opportunity of looking at the translation, but at paragraph 215, my understanding is that the expert witness for Gaz Metro, Dr. Wilbert used, in this case, the ADWAC method, and it was based on the cost of capital and weighting of capital structures as determined by the market rather than at historic costs. Is it
That is
also
correct.
your understanding? Yes, okay.
And this is a document that has been, I have reviewed it. It was filed as B166 earlier.
Okay. So looking at 250, we see that it was using essentially market data. I turn now to paragraph 221 and 222 of the same decision. And since you have read it, would you agree with me that the Régie's position in when you looked at the decision was that ADWAC modifies the capital structure using market values rather than book value based on historic costs?
There was feedback in that decision did not appreciate the ADWAC based on market value capital structure. I would agree with that. And that's exactly the reason why I've taken a slightly different approach to determine what the cost of equity should be using the Hamada approach in this proceeding. That does not mean that we shouldn't look at the methodology and see what it actually gives us.
Okay. But essentially, based on what you've said just earlier, you have used also in your samples market-based data, correct?
Yes, because that is what financial economics tells me to do.
And just so I be clear in the terms I'm using, when we were referring to column 10, so the overall weighted average after tax cost of capital from column 10 was in fact using market values rather than book value.
You're talking on column 10 on BV schedule 4.7?
Yes.
Yes.
Is there, I know that you have provided theory, like the theory behind the Hamada method, but at the basis, am I to understand that you're using as we said, the market value, and then, and I'll try to paraphrase that and correct me if I'm wrong, you then make two types of adjustment to that afterwards?
I'm not sure I follow you.
I'm trying to understand the Hamada method, and perhaps it's going too far for me, as I'm just a lawyer. But please explain as when you are essentially based on the figure. Let's say at column 10, you say that this is why you use the. You know that ADWAC was rejected by the Régie, and my understanding is this information is essentially percolates into your DCF method. And you also indicate that with respect, you haven't considered technically the ADWAC because you're using the Hamada method. Can you just explain that to me?
Sure. So let me take a step back and explain what the Hamada method does. We go out and we estimate betas using market data for all of the sample companies we have. We do that only for companies that are publicly traded, for companies that are traded either in the Canadian Stock Exchange or the US Stock Exchange. And we find that investors in those markets who have paid market prices for their investments have a beta of, say, 0.75, just to take a number. And say that 0.75 is estimated based on all that market data. So investors expect a 0.75 beta when they have 70% equity, say. That's the average equity percentage in the TSX. Now, if those same investors were to have 100% equity, what would they expect the beta to be? And we would expect it to be lower. So that's the first thing we do in the Hamada approach. We figure out what beta would they expect at 100% equity. That's plausibly, say, 0.5. I'm just picking numbers here. So that's what they would expect if they had 100% equity financing. Now, if we now instead say, what would they expect if they had 50% equity instead of 100% or instead of 70? Well, they would probably expect a beta that's definitely higher than the 0.5 at 100% equity and also higher than what it was at 70% equity, so maybe 0.85. That's what they would expect. Therefore, that is the beta that is appropriate to use once we know what capital structure we are targeting for the utilities. That's the Hamada adjustment. Now, I sort of did that a little bit simplified because you also, and that's why I say I'm just using numbers, because you do have to take into account what are taxes and if there's any, for example, interaction between equity returns and bonds and so forth. So there's many formulas for that, which is why I use two versions of it to get a range.
Okay. So, but at the basis, we were using, of course, market data and not book values. Correct?
That's correct, because investors are investing in the market. And if I buy stock in, say, Fortis, for example, I have to pay whatever the current price for Fortis' stock is. I cannot go in and buy the stock at the book value.
And this is why I was referring to you previously to two types of adjustments when you're saying what would be the investor's position, let's say, at 100% and of equity, and then at 50% of equity. This is why I was referring to two levels of adjustments. But in fact, it's a judgment. There is two judgment calls that you're making, or two adjustments that you're making in this formula. Would that be a fair comment?
So it's a two-step process to do this. I would say it's not a judgment call because there's extensive academic literature on this issue, which I've cited extensively both in my report and even more so in a response to the WSI in one of the data requests. I think it's the data request 1. So I follow those methodology, and I also recognize that there's probably 10 different versions of the Hamada approach, and therefore what I do is I take the two sort of that gives me the benchmark, the lowest and the highest ROE, so to speak, and then I go close to the lowest of the ROEs to be conservative.
And would you agree with me that if we go back, let's say 20, 25 years, let's stop at 20 years. In 20 years, the Régie never had to consider this methodology before, correct?
I do not believe the methodology has been put to the WSI before, which is why I think would be good if the WSI will consider this methodology and look to modern corporate finance and see what they have to say about this methodology.
knowing that the Régie has rejected the ATWAC, why do you still using as a reference?
As an expert, my obligation is to provide the best possible information, and I can't use the Hamada approach on my discounted cash flow model. Therefore, I use the ATWAC to see if I get within the same range as what I do on the Hamada approach. While I recognize that Régie has not in the past accepted the after-tax weighted average cost of capital methodology, I also believe it's my obligation as an expert to present the best evidence I know of.
Okay, so if I try to summarize the various approaches, you have not relied primarily on CAPM, correct?
I make sure all my recommendations are supported by the CAPM and by the lowest numbers I find from my CAPM and by the Hamada method, yes. I do use the DCF methodology also, but I do make sure that everything is supported by the capital asset pricing model using the Hamada approach.
Okay, but you have not relied primarily on this method in this.
I have not relied exclusively on one or the other method. I present multiple methods because I believe you need to test your results as best possible.
So we understand that you've used CAPM, ECAPM, DCF.
Two versions of the DCF, yes.
Two versions, yes. The ATWAC, as we understand it, and the Hamada approach, correct?
The ATWAC, what you call the ATWAC approach, or what I like to call the weighted average cost of capital, was not used for any determination factors in the capital asset pricing model. It was shown it was not used.
For the CAPM, you use the adjusted betas, and we understand that in the past, the Régie rejected adjusted betas, correct?
In the past, the Régie has not adopted the adjusted betas, that's correct.
ECAPM, you use also adjusted betas, and we understand that the method itself was rejected in previous Régie decision, correct?
The Régie has in the past not relied on the ECAPM, and I would also say all of my results are fully supported by the CAPM. I do not need, the ECAPM results are actually slightly lower in terms of my results.
And for the DCF method, we understand that you use estimates that we have discussed yesterday, the IBES, where there was the question of the number of estimates and also the issue about optimism bias, correct?
That's correct. And just to be responsive here, the number of estimates for the Canadian sample can be found in data response number 1 to the Régie, question 4. It's B143, PDF page 12.
Thank you. For ATWAC, you indicated that it was not part of, well, you just indicated that for ATWAC, you use it for just to as a to explain, but it was not part of your determination, correct?
It was not part of my determination. I do not want to rely on anything that's determined only by the after-tax weighted average cost of capital methodology because of the Régie's prior view on that issue.
Okay. Give me just a second. Alors, Monsieur le Président, ça va compléter mes questions pour Madame Billotson. Thank you very much, Mrs. Billotson. This will be all of my questions.
Thank you.
Merci. Est-ce que l'un ou l'autre des intervenants a des questions?
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Maître Steve Cadrin pour la HQRQ. Nous n'aurons pas de questions. Merci.
Merci.
Éric David pour Option consommateur. On n'aura pas de questions non plus.
Très bien, merci.
Monsieur le Président, j'aurai des questions pour le Dr Villadsen, mais compte tenu de l'heure, il est 10 heures, je vous propose qu'on prenne la pause tout de suite, puis on reviendra par la suite.
Très bien. Oui, je n'ai pas vu Maître Sormel de la FCEI. Je présume qu'il n'y a pas de questions non plus. Peut-être pas. Alors, très bien. Donc, on prend une pause. On se revoit à 10h15. Oh, pardon.
Vous m'entendez? Moi, je n'ai pas de questions, M. le Président, pardon, parce que j'ai un problème avec mon nom. Vous m'entendez?
Oui, très bien.
J'ai pas de questions.
Merci. Alors, on se revoit à 10h15. Merci.
Sorry, I was receiving a call on the line.
Suivi des engagements numéro 2 et numéro 3. Pouvez-vous nous indiquer où est-ce que vous en êtes?
Est-ce que vous me permettez 30 secondes? Je vais consulter mes collègues, mais je pense que ça s'en vient. Donc, l'engagement 2 est sur le point d'être envoyé, si ce n'est déjà fait. Le 3 va être envoyé aujourd'hui également.
Très bien, merci. Et là, selon toute vraisemblance, on aura le temps là, de procéder au voir-dire concernant la contestation du témoin expert, Dr. Hopkins. Est-ce que le Dr. Hopkins, peut-être c'est du côté de la SIG, est-ce que le Dr. Hopkins pourrait être disponible cet avant-midi?
Alors, bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Je ne sais pas si on me voit.
Oui.
OK, parce que ma galerie a changé. On est en train de faire les vérifications présentement, Monsieur le Président, pour s'assurer qu'il puisse être disponible. Je vous reviens là-dessus.
Très bien, merci. Alors, on y va avec les questions de la régie. Maître Legault.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Dr. Villadsen. My name is Louis Legault. I'm General Counsel with the Régie. It's a pleasure talking with you this morning. As people know, for a reason or another, I'm being capped by the camera of the room rather than my camera. Well, there's not much I can do. Wait a minute.
Good morning, Mr. Legault. And if I look up to the right, it's because I'm looking at the bigger screen.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'll work with the camera I've got, so it's not a problem.
Maître Legault, on vous voit sur deux écrans, en fait. On vous voit de proche et de loin.
J'aurais voulu que l'écran de la salle ne fonctionne pas. Je ne sais pas pourquoi. Ça marchait pour Amélie l'autre jour. Ah, bon. Alors, à ce moment-là, je vais fermer ma caméra d'ordinateur. Ça va être plus simple. Il n'y aura que la caméra, là. Bon. If you don't think I'm looking at you, it's not true. I'm looking at you on a screen, so I can see you properly, but you can see the top of my head, and, I'm not getting any younger, so. Dr. Villadsen, as is my habit, and the other attorneys sitting here today will remember that I usually will bring you to the different exhibits that I want to question you on so that you have them close by and on hand. And after that, I will ask my questions. So the first exhibit I will refer you to is B0015, which is EGI1. It's your direct testimony. And I will refer you to question 56 which was what values do you use for the risk-free rate of interest? Now, in that, to that question you had written, I use the yields on a 30-year Canadian government bond as the risk-free rate for purposes of my analysis, recognizing the fact that the cost of capital set in this proceeding will begin in 2022. I rely on the forecast yields on Canadian government bond yields in 2022. Specifically, consensus forecast predicts that the yield on a 10-year Canadian government bond yield will be 1.9% in 2022. I then adjust this forecasted yield upwards by 40 basis points, which is my estimate of the representative maturity premium for the 30-year over the 10-year Canadian government bond. This gives me a lower bond on the risk-free rate of 2.30%, gives me a lower bond on the risk-free rate of 2.30%. Additionally, I consider a scenario where the risk-free rate of interest is 2.47%.
I see that, yes.
Yeah, I will now attract your attention to evidence supplied by Dr. Boots, dated April 8, 2022, which is C-ASIG 0037 at page 2. Now, in that exhibit, in the executive summary, at the second bullet, Dr. Boots states that I base my LTC yield on the forecast from the Parliamentary Budget Officer and the federal government budget briefing, which itself was based on consensus values from the private sector. Consequently, I use a forecast LTC yield of 3.37%, which is still below the 3.8% rate. I use as a trigger for changing my estimate of the allowed ROE. Further, it is also 1.13% lower than the 4.5% I used in the 2011 GMI hearing. Also, in your testimony yesterday, in your PowerPoint presentation at slide 15, you also presented what you expected was the economic risk in Canada in the present economic context. So, taking into account the various economic, financial, and geopolitical uncertainties that we're going through right now, can you please provide your thoughts on a likely range of long-term Government of Canada bond yields over the 2022-2024 horizon?
Sure. So as I said in my presentation yesterday, I believe the current 2022 estimate is about 3.4. So that's not far off Dr. Boots' estimate of 3.37. That's the current issue. If we look to the 2023-2024 range, it's worth noting that the U.S. Federal Reserve yesterday increased the federal funds rate by 0.75%. That's a lot in a federal funds policy. So that indicates that certainly in the U.S. interest rates are increasing. The Bank of Canada, and I think I said that on my slide, also have indicated that they believe interest rates will increase. And that's especially true given the level of inflation we currently are seeing both in Canada and in the US. Generally, the nominal risk-free rate will increase as inflation is high. So getting to your question, I believe 3.4 is sort of a low bound for 2022. I believe we will go up from there. And how high we will go is going to be a guesswork, but I don't believe we're going to go below the 3.4. So we're probably going to go up towards the 4.0 range or so over the next couple of years.
Okay, so I understand now. You referred to the Fed. You referred to the Central Canadian Bank, and can you give us your opinion or your personal views on the role or the actions that the banks will be taking in the near future?
So what both banks, both the Bank of Canada and the US Federal Reserve, have signaled that they want to try to contain inflation. The way they usually do that is by tightening monetary policy. So I expect they will engage in much lower buying of government securities. That automatically will reduce the demand for such securities and thereby drive up the interest rates on such securities. As price goes down, the yield goes up. So that's what I expect will happen. As they do that, economic activity is likely to slow. How much? I don't really want to speculate on that, but that's a likely approach. And therefore, you will have less demand in the economy and inflation will come down by some amount. By how much and over what horizon is a much tougher question.
Okay, so what, in your view, would be an increase in long-term interest rates in Canada that would you would consider unusual? And the reverse or the opposite, what would be an unusual drop or fall?
So let me put that in context. So it depends on over what period of time. So, for example, in the short period of a span of 2 days in right after COVID shut down the US economy, the yield curve dropped by 100 basis points. That's incredible in 2 days and not seen in decades. So I would say if you see a drop of 100 basis points, that's a lot. If you see a drop even of 40 to 50 basis points over a short period of time, that's a lot of an increase or decrease. So something like what the Federal Reserve did yesterday is a lot.
And you gave as an example the impact of the COVID situation, and what, in your view, would explain such an unusual rise or fall that could occur? You gave the example of the pandemic, but what else could provoke such a rise or such a fall?
The most important thing that comes to mind is one or two things. Monetary policy, which the central banks drive. If they undertake big actions that are not expected by the market, you will see a sharp reaction in the market. The other thing that can happen is that we go into, and I hope not, a recession. You will see big drivers of the rises of interest rates also in that case.
Okay, thank you. Under the hypothesis that the Régie would approve a 10% rate of return for the Quebec gas utilities, as per your recommendation, if such an unusual rise was to occur within the next 3 years, let's say, because we'd set it for 3 years, do you think that this 10% rate of return would still be appropriate? And the same question for an unusual fall or drop.
So it might not reflect the current cost of capital. So I'll take that in 2 steps. And the utilities really can answer better to whether they want to live with the risk of having a fixed rate for 3 years, say. But my best estimate on what should happen if you have unusual circumstances, that be an increase or decrease in interest rates or unusual circumstances with utilities, is that they really should come before the Régie and the parties should figure out what to do about this. That's my number one position on how you handle unusual circumstances.
Come back to the regulator.
Yes.
Okay. I will now direct your attention to Exhibit B15. Again, your direct testimony, but this time page 70, line 1 to 4. And I will read it. To narrow the range of results, I first look to the estimates from the Canadian utility sample and the natural gas sample. Within these samples, I give more weight to the estimates from the ECAPM model that use the AMADA methodology to adjust for financial leverage. The other exhibit I'm referring to is B0143, which are your answers to the Regis IR number 1 at page 52, an answer to our question 8.1. Yeah. 8.1 à la page 52. So we're getting there. The answer was Dr. Villotson cannot be certain whether the approach taken in R-3690-2009, which is an application we talked about in this case, is the same as that employed in B0015, page 196, Schedule BV -5.11, as she does not have the underlying analysis. However, Dr. Villotson notes that B0015, page 1819, the key approach she takes to leverage is based on the underlying and relevering of beta as shown in B15, page 199-201. As shown on page 201, and this is more critical, for the natural gas sample, and in the response to 6.5.1 above for the Canadian sample, the Amada approach is fully supportive of Dr. Villotson's recommendation. Finally, exhibit B143 again, this time at page 96 and 97, your answers to question 16.8. The Amada and ADWAC methodologies adjust for differences in financial leverage between the proxy companies, market value capital structure, and the plaintiff's assumed book authorized capital structure. Dr. Villotson relies primarily on the ROE estimates derived from the Amada adjustments because the regime in the past has been critical of the ADWAC methodology. End of citation. Can you please confirm that the Amada formula is based on Modigliani and Miller's formulation of the tax shield values for constant debt? That is when the dollar amount of debt is constant over time. Otherwise, please explain.
I confirm that, yes.
Okay. Do you think that this underlying assumption is realistic for your natural gas utility sample?
I think it's a good approximation.
Yeah. Can you expand on that? Why is it a good approximation?
So, because I believe that while the debt amount for natural gas utilities vary over time, it doesn't vary to the same degree as that of, for example, the TSX companies, which are generally larger and much more diverse. So I do believe it's a good, and it is true that, for example, the COVID-19 period did see quite a bit of a drop in the stock price of all utilities, for that matter, not just natural gas utilities. But I think that is somewhat of an unusual exemption. So I think it's a good approximation to the way of doing this. And if you were to go out and model more elaborate ways, you need to know something about how the debt develop over time. I am not sure that you will get a whole lot of different results.
Okay. Would you agree that it is possible for gas utilities to rebalance their capital structure so that debt capital remains at a constant percentage of equity capital?
Yes, they can do that, or at least approximately.
I will now bring you to exhibit B0143, your answers to the Regis first IR at page 35, question 6.8. Now, I will not read the question per se. I'll read your answer. Response, the capital structures as measured on a book value basis informs how the company keep its accounting book and is of relevance for determining most credit metrics and hence informs Dr. Villetsen's analysis of credit metrics. It is the market value capital structure that is relevant for the purpose of estimating the cost of capital, as made clear in the well-known textbook of Professors Braley, Myers, and Allen, Principles of Corporate Finance. And then you go 10th edition, 2017, and then you go to a citation from that book, which states the following. Suppose the project has the same market risk as the company's existing assets. In this case, the project cash flows can be discounted as the company cost of capital. The company cost of capital is the rate of return that investors require on a portfolio of all of the company's outstanding debt and equity. It is usually calculated as an after-tax weighted average cost of capital, after-tax WACC, and that is as the weighted average of the after-tax cost of debt and the cost of equity. The weight are the relative market values of debt and equity. The cost of debt is calculated after tax because interest is a tax-deductible expense. Now, my questions related to this, can you confirm or correct our understanding of the excerpt you provided from the Principles of Corporate Finance book, that when considering an investment project or a capital expenditure for a utility, the minimal or critical rate of return, what is otherwise known as the hurdle rate, that the company must reach to cover all the costs of the project must be calculated using market values of the company's shares and debt?
Yes.
Okay. I now bring you to another document, which is a new document that we filed yesterday or the day before. It's Exhibit A0051, so it's a Régie exhibit, and it's an excerpt from the Investopedia website. So essentially, it's from the dictionary of Investopedia, and the information was supplied by Adam Hayes and Summer Anderson, and fact were checked by Yarolit Perez, and it states the following. What is corporate finance? And we can read that corporate finance is the subfield of finance that deals with how corporations address funding sources, capital structuring, accounting, and investment decisions. And this is what I want to bring your attention more particularly to. Corporate finance is often concerned with maximizing shareholder value through long and short-term financial planning and the implementation of various strategies. Corporate finance activities range from capital investments to tax considerations. Would you agree with the statement that to add value, in other words, to be accretive, it is important that each investment project yields more than the ADWAC, which must take into account market values?
That would add value, but in principles, you can accept any investment decision that yields the ADWAC or the after-tax weighted average cost of capital for that project. A company should be indifferent to that. It pays for itself. It yields the cost of capital to that project.
Now, as I just read when reading that excerpt from Wikipedia, that they seem to be saying that this methodology using market values is taught and recommended in corporate finance. Do you generally agree with this definition that I just read, or is there something inaccurate about it?
I generally agree with that, yes. I would say here this is a general definition, so that if you are a utility, you also have to be concerned about the obligation to serve and the regulatory. That's just simply a constraint on what you can do.
Okay. Do you agree that in the world of corporate finance, methodologies that use market values are used essentially because that is how value can be raised, or that the value of the company and its shareholders can be maximized?
I wouldn't say it's primarily because value can be maximized. It's because how you can measure the value.
Okay, and in your view, the using the ATWAC or the methodology that you are suggesting, does that allow maximizing shareholder value?
So if you undertake an investment that provides the cost of capital to the company, you would be indifferent between that project and another project that also provides that. If you get more than that, you would be maximizing value. I would say again that if you are a utility, you operate within a lot of constraints, and you have to work within those constraints.
And from a regulator's perspective, does using a methodology that is used essentially, I mean, primarily, I think, to maximize shareholder value, does that align with the role of the regulator to ensure a balance between, public interest, consumer protection, and the fair treatment of utilities?
That's why I said I would say that if you're looking at a utility, there's many things you have to take into account. You use the weighted average cost of capital, or the cost of capital, as I just prefer to say it, to measure what is needed to create investments. But if you are a utility, you operate within a lot of constraints that be either, here for example, they say accounting and investment decisions. Accounting and investment decisions for utility are not just taken by management. You have to adhere to the regulatory accounting rules. You have to make prudent investments that are oftentimes pre-approved by the regulator. So there's a lot of additional factors that needs to go into this if you are a utility.
Thank you. Another question, and I'm referring to, again, B0143, your answers to information request number 1. It was as page 29 and 30. The question was 6.5, and I won't go on reading the French question, but go directly to your answer. Dr. Villadsen is not certain how the tables in reference 5 was compiled, but refers to the confidential Excel sheets submitted as R-4156-2021, B0015, Exhibit BV4, Canadian Cost of Capital Model, and Exhibit BV5, U.S. Cost of Capital Model, tab cap struck book. The relevant tables are pasted below. Don't worry, I will not go into confidential information here. I'm referring to the table book value of equity and debt. Oui, c'est celui-là qui est en haut, là. Parfait, merci. So it's the table that we can see on top of that page. Amongst the methodologies used in the past by regulators, to the best of your knowledge, to set a deemed capital structure for a utility, is analyzing the capital structures of the companies part of the sample of comparable companies? Does that appear reasonable and appropriate to you? And if not, why?
It would be appropriate as one of the things you examine, provided those companies are of equivalent risk. It would not be appropriate if they're not of equivalent risk. And there's a second consideration that is necessary, which is you need to make sure that the utilities can maintain financial integrity. By that, I mean, for example, a solid credit rating. So that's a minimum requirement. And then there's an interaction of the cost of equity and the level of equity, so that if you approve more equity, the cost of equity goes down. If you approve less, the cost of equity goes up. So there's an interaction and a trade-off here.
Okay. I'm referring you to that table right now, which shows the capital structures calculated based on book value of the 8 publicly traded Canadian utilities that are part of your Canadian sample of comparable companies to the Quebec utilities. My understanding is that these are real capital structures of publicly traded companies. On a closer look, we noticed the general presence of preferred shares in the capital structure of these companies, except for one, Hydro One Limited. It's up to 9.5% for Canadian utilities, 7.2% for AltaGas, 5.9% for Enbridge, just to name these few. According to you, why do we find so much preferred shares in the capital structures of these Canadian comparable companies? And I'll give you a part of what I think the answer is, but you can correct me if I'm wrong. Could it be linked to the Canadian fiscal regime, different from the US, and that the presence of preferred share in the capital structure allows these companies to minimize the weighted average cost of capital? What are your thoughts on that?
So I don't think that the presence of preferred necessarily allows the companies to minimize the cost of capital, for the simple reason that the cost of preferred is generally in between the cost of debt and the cost of equity. So you could probably come to the same number by another mix. I do believe that one of the reasons we see that amount of preferred in Canada, a lot of it is historical. There's not been a whole lot of new issuance of preferred. And I should also say that these companies here actually all have preferred shares outstanding, so we can measure what the cost is. Whereas for the case of Energia, for example, there is no preferred. And the last thing I want to say here is these preferred shares are very different, because some preferred shares are more like equity and some are more like debt, depending on the exact nature of them. Most notably, if you have a set of preferred that requires the payment of dividends on a regular basis, we generally tend to think of them as debt-like. Whereas if it's sort of discretionary, if you pay dividend or not, they're more equity-like. And then you have a company, the one I can mention that I know of is Enbridge, has a whole slew of different preferred series, and they all have different characteristics, which makes it challenging to figure out what really they're doing. So I'm not sure it's as simple as simply saying it's used to reduce the cost of capital. I think you can obtain the same result by other mixes.
Okay, thank you. I'm now referring to the stenographer's note, the court reports from June the 14th. It's Exhibit A0054, page 164, and that'll be more interesting for your attorneys, but I will read it slowly in French. And do you have access to Web Switcher?
I do not.
You do not?
No.
Okay, so I will not. In that case, it'll make very hard for me to ask the question. I could try to translate. So that probably that's the best thing. I'll try to slowly translate it. There was a question at line 163. It says, that's it. I was asking myself if in a competition situation, because the Régie must act as a proxy to market, so in a situation of competition, would it be all right to aim for an optimal structure in this case, to go towards 43% of the market? I don't know if you want to refer me to Dr. Willitson in this case, but it would be to see what you consider in a situation of competition, the impact would be to take away the preferred shares. I think I've got the gist of it. The answer was I would send the answers to the experts. So essentially, he was passing the bucket to you. We want to minimize the cost of the debt for our customers. So we want a capital structure with a certain percentage of debt that would permit us to have a better credit quotation from the agencies and minimize our costs. Again, I think I've got the gist of it. I understand that the capital structure you're proposing for Énergie implies removing the preferred equity.
That's correct.
In the context of a non-regulated firm, what would be the impact of replacing preferred equity by common equity and debt? Would that increase the weighted cost of capital of that company?
Depends on if you do it in the appropriate proportions. No, it would not change it at all.
Would you agree with the proposition that the regulator must act as a proxy for a regulated market and thus for a given credit metrics? It seeks to minimize the weighted cost of capital of the regulated entities. Would you agree with that assumption?
I would agree with that assumption. You seek to get it to lowest cost. I don't think there's one capital structure that does that, but I do agree with you that you should have as low as it's possible and still provide service and meet the fair return standard.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'm heading in my last question, so it shouldn't be long. I'm referring you this time to Exhibit B0350, which is your PowerPoint, if I'm not mistaken, at page 36.
PDF 36 or page 36?
PDF.
Okay.
It starts with CAPM, ECAPM, and DCF, etc., and then there's a bunch of bullets underneath.
Yes.
Okay. So I will not go through the listing. It's just to help you with the question that will be coming shortly. The other exhibit I'd like to refer you to is Exhibit B0015, page 61. Page 17, I guess, to 22, and there's an excerpt I'd like to read. Additionally, I consider a scenario where the risk-free rate of interest of 2.47%. Thus, I consider a scenario where the lower bound risk-free rate of 2.30% is adjusted upwards by 17 basis points to reflect downward pressure on government bond yields or an increase in the MRP. It also reflects that, as discussed above, Section 5, economic conditions are, et cetera, et cetera. My question to you is that in your May 2022 model update, that is Exhibit B350, which we just talked about, that PowerPoint at page 36 of the PDF, the PowerPoint, sorry, did you make an adjustment to the long-term risk-free rate to reflect downward pressure on government bond yields, as described in your direct testimony on page 61?
No, because I believe that the Central Bank of Canada is now no longer don't want to do that going forward.
Thank you. Can you just hold on a minute? I just want to check something before I decide if I have another question or not. Thank you. Would it be possible for you, as an undertaking, to file the parameters of scenario 1 and 2 of your CAPM May 2022 model update?
Yes.
So undertaking number 4 or number 5? Number 4. Thank you.
I just want to make sure.
That will conclude my question, Mr. Chair.
Oui, I just want to make sure I got. Je veux juste m'assurer que j'ai eu l'engagement 4 là, correctement. Donc, file parameters of scenarios 1 and 2 of May 2022 model.
CAPM model update. Yeah.
From the PowerPoint.
Well, yeah.
Okay. I might have one question in redirect, if I may. Again, I will ask Dr. Velatsin to leave the room that we're in because I want to discuss with my clients first to see if I asked a question without influencing the witness.
Oui, très bien. Mais on va vérifier avant. Il y a pas Mme Falardeau, pas de questions. Étiquette, pas de questions. Ça complète les questions pour la régie. Donc, je comprends que vous voulez vous prévaloir d'un réinterrogatoire avec votre témoin.
Oui, puis sans lui dire la question que je vais lui poser, donc je vais lui demander de sortir. Elle est déjà sortie, alors 2 petites minutes. J'ai demandé là, d'aller chercher le Dr. Vilatsin, donc ce sera pas de problème. Okay, so I'm looking for Dr. Booth's evidence, Appendix C. I'm just trying to find the right, the Régie quote. Si quelqu'un peut m'aider à donner la bonne cote, là, je regarde C0040. ASIG 0040. Appendix C. Okay, so do you have exhibit, and we'll share that, we'll share the screen. So Madame la greffière, Appendix C, donc ASIG 0040, page 7. So before I ask my question, I'd like the witness to read, starting at the subtitle, Adjusted Betas. So read, this is a part of Dr. Booth's evidence. So read the rest of page 7 and perhaps page 8 and let us know when you're ready.
Yes, if we could scroll down a little bit, that's good. Yes, I've seen that. We can go to page 8. Yes.
So during your cross-examination by Maître Hamelin, you were questioned at length with regard to adjusted betas and the Bloom adjustment. Do you recall that part of your cross-examination?
Yes, I do.
Now, if I read Dr. Booth's evidence, and I'll quote his report, it is always necessary to adjust the estimated betas, particularly recent ones, since they are only estimates of what happened over a particular time, whereas what is needed is an estimate of what is likely to happen in the future. One such adjustment is justified by the seminal work of Marshall Bloom, so the Bloom adjustment, and so on. So now my question to you is, what, in your understanding, is the difference between your opinion and that of Dr. Booth with regard to the adjustments to betas?
So in my opinion, you need to use the best possible forward-looking beta estimate you can find. Professor Bloom did the similar paper that Dr. Booth is referencing here and found that you need to adjust betas according to this formula so that they better reflect the future beta. There's an estimation bias in the betas as you estimate them. Contrary to that, what Dr. Booth does is it's not clear exactly where he gets his betas from. He have all these, we looked at them also in my cross-examination, and he estimates, for example, for the Canadian sample that it's 0.74, but then never uses it. He says, I look at this beta, and I look up to 10 years back, and then I get a range of 0.5 to 0.55, and that's my range. Whereas he can't point to one specific beta he's estimated. Whereas I go out and estimate betas and I say, that is the beta I choose, so that it's very easy to critique it if that's what you want to do. Booth's beta is not taken from a specific point.
Thank you, Dr. Vilatsin. Those were my questions. Donc, je n'ai plus de questions, M. le Président, pour Dr. Vladson.
Bien, merci. Alors, on va pouvoir libérer Dr. Vladson. Thank you, Dr. Vladson. You are free now to leave the régie.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. Alors, le 20 mai dernier, on a reçu de la part des demanderesses une contestation quant à la qualification du statut d'expert demandé par la SIG pour le Dr. Asa Hopkins. Alors, on pourrait procéder au voir dire à ce sujet-là. J'ai vu tantôt que Dr. Hopkins semblait présent.
Oui, on peut peut-être assermenter le témoin. Assermentons le témoin, oui.
Oui, juste avant, Maître Hamelin, puisque ça se déroule très bien, est-ce que vous pensez que vos témoins pour les panels 1 et 2 pourraient être disponibles cet après-midi pour qu'on commence vos présentations après la pause du lunch?
Il y a quand même les représentations qui devront être faites, Monsieur le Président, sur la question de la qualification. Ça serait peut-être difficile de commencer de notre côté. Voyons peut-être comment on déroule. J'en ai quand même plusieurs questions. Je comprends qu'il y aura un contre-interrogatoire, plus les plaidoiries sur la question de la qualification.
OK. Alors, allons-y.
Okay. C'est en français ou en anglais?
En anglais, s'il vous plaît.
Dr. Hopkins, do you solemnly declare that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Say you do.
I do so affirm.
Could you please give us your name, profession, and business address?
My name is Asa Hopkins. I'm the vice president at Synapse Energy Economics. Our business address is 485 Massachusetts Avenue, Suite 3, Cambridge, Massachusetts, in the U.S.
Thank you very much.
Monsieur le Président, peut-être juste avant que je commence and before I start, we have considered the position of the utilities attorneys in this file. And just to be clear, we were of the opinion that essentially the notion of climate change in the title of Dr. Hopkins' expertise that we were looking were in fact part of the energy transition experience. So we are suggesting to modify slightly his title to read an expert in energy transition in the gas industry and business risk. So removing this notion of the climate change, because for us it was energy transition / climate change issues. So having said that, and yes, Mr. President?
Non, ça va, c'est noté.
Parfait. So I can proceed with Mr. Hopkins' voir dire. Good morning, Mr. Hopkins. For you, it's late afternoon.
Good afternoon here, but yes, good day to you all.
So, Mr. Hopkins, can you describe what was your mandate in this file?
Sure. So the purpose of my testimony, what I was asked to do, was to analyze the business risk facing Énergir, Gazifère, and Intergas, the Quebec gas utilities. Business risk is one component of the overall risk facing utilities, which then informs the choice of the appropriate cost of capital and thus the allowed return on equity. To do this, I was asked to evaluate Dr. Brown's report and how it fits in with the other evidence in the file, and most particularly to examine the risk with respect to energy transition risk to be applied in the context of this proceeding.
We will discuss your educational background. Can you just explain what is your educational background?
So I've earned 3 degrees in my life. Secondary degrees. The first of which was a Bachelor of Science in Physics with minors in both growth and structure of cities and computer science from Haverford College in Haverford, Pennsylvania.
And have you completed your bachelor with any distinctions?
Yes, I was awarded the distinction of summa cum laude, which is highest honors. Only myself and one other student in our graduating class received that distinction.
Do you have any other graduate degree?
Yes, I have both a master's degree and a doctor of philosophy in physics, which I earned in 2008. The master's degree in 2007 and the PhD in 2008 from the California Institute of Technology.
And have you completed your PhD with any distinctions?
Yes, I was awarded the Dean's Award for Community Service.
And what's that about?
So one of the things that I did while I was completing my physics work was that I also spent a good amount of time leading a speaker series on campus called the Social Activism Speaker Series, in which we brought off-campus social and political issues to the awareness of students and the campus community.
Now let's go to your professional experience after your bachelor degree up until your PhD.
Yeah, so I took a year between finishing college and starting graduate school to work as a post-baccalaureate researcher at Los Alamos National Laboratory in Los Alamos, New Mexico, in the theoretical division. Los Alamos is one of the U.S. Department of Energy national laboratories.
And have you obtained any distinctions in that position?
Yes, for my work in that year, I was awarded the Los Alamos National Lab Student Distinguished Performance Award.
What are other professional, educational employment have you had?
So I want to clarify, there's a period on my CV in which I have a job of being a graduate research fellow while I was also a PhD student. And so that's how it works for PhD studies in the sciences. I was employed to do the research that then ended up being the research for my PhD. So if you see that I have this sort of job/educational thing, that's what that is at Caltech.
And again, have you obtained any distinctions in that position?
Yes, so the first 3 years of my PhD, I was awarded a National Science Foundation Graduate Research Fellowship, which funded my tuition as well as my salary in that job.
Do you have any other academic training?
But I guess academic might be stretching a little bit, but while I was working for the state of Vermont, which I'm sure we'll get to in a little bit, I did a training program for sort of up-and-coming managers within the state the state system called Vermont Certified Public Manager Training. This was a training of learning how to work well and manage staff and work strategically in state government.
Have you attended any other training seminars relating to gas industry, energy transition?
Yes. So in 2012, while I was working for the state of Vermont, I attended a summer school, a week-long summer training, colloquially referred to as Camp NARUC, because it's sponsored by the U.S. National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners. That was held at Michigan State University. That was in 2012. I'll just mention in passing here, I went back to that program in the fall of 2017 after I had left state service at Vermont to teach a session in that program on rate design. Just to describe a little bit more what Camp NARUC is, it's basically a sort of intro to middle level training on sort of everything that goes into doing utility regulation. Rate making, rate of return, rate design, supply planning, et cetera, et cetera.
let's go now to your professional experience. Can you describe your professional experience after your PhD in 2008?
Sure. So after I finished my PhD, I took a postdoctoral fellowship at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. That's another one of the US DOE national laboratories. That one's in Berkeley, California. I was in the appliance standards group doing technical and economic analysis to support the US Department of Energy in its work to set energy efficiency standards for appliances to be sold in the United States.
Okay, so you referred to economic analysis, just so we understand what was that about?
Yeah, so that was basically the question that US DOE needs to answer in order to set its appliance standards is whether the proposed regulation is cost effective, or how cost effective is it? How much costs would it incur, and on whom, and what would the benefits be? And those are there are different aspects to that, but it's primarily an economic calculation. Energy use changes that causes changes in the energy system. It causes changes in electricity demand. It saves customers money, but there are upfront costs for the hardware. So it's that kind of cost-benefit trade-off analysis.
And after that, what was your next professional experience?
So I then went to the headquarters of the US Department of Energy. I was selected as a Science and Technology Policy Fellow by an organization called the American Association for the Advancement of Science, AAAS. And the job that I had there in that fellowship was that I was a special advisor to the Undersecretary for Science.
And what were your functions?
So, as a special advisor doesn't tell you much, does it? The primary thing that I did over the course of that year was that I was the assistant project director for the first quadrennial technology review that the US DOE conducted in terms of helping to run the project. That meant facilitating input from within the US DOE, from national laboratories, from outside experts. We ran a series of public workshops, bringing in stakeholders, manufacturers, advocates, utilities, others, and to provide input into our process, understanding the current state of technology across pretty much the entire swath of energy supply, demand, transmission, et cetera. We ultimately submitted and filed, publicly released the first quadrennial technology review report in late 2011.
You referred to this quadrennial technology review. Was there anything in relation to energy transition and business risk analysis?
Yes, definitely. So the US DOE at that time was trying to figure out how to be most effective in driving forward US federal policy, which I suppose it does it all the time, but the particular federal policy at that time had to do with trying to figure out how to decarbonize the energy sector. So we worked closely to look across DOE within a robust framework, again, looking at supply, energy sort of transformation, transmission, fuel switching, changes in energy demand, and really put that in the context of what is DOE's most appropriate role? What are the roles of all of the different kinds of actors? What is this transition going to mean to those actors? How can DOE be of most help? What information is necessary in order to enable technology investors or utilities or innovators to figure out what the best business course for them might be within this context, how to interact with US DOE. On the sort of technical side of things, I've described my sort of project management role. On the technical side, I was the primary author of the reports section on building an industrial energy efficiency, which included highlighting things like the potential for heat pumps to be a fuel switching technology in decarbonization. So it was really a deep but wide view across the whole swath of what the energy transition looks like and what that might mean for a whole range of businesses, utilities included.
And then after that, after the U.S. Department of Energy, what was your next employment?
So I moved to Vermont to take a position as the Director of Energy Policy and Planning at the Public Service Department, which is an agency in the Vermont state government.
And can you describe a little bit more what was, well, just before that, sorry, to help understand what is exactly the role of the Vermont Public Service Department?
Yeah, it's a good question. So all the states have structured how the functions that are in Vermont Public Service Department, how they fit into various other state governments, and I'm sure it's different in Quebec, because otherwise we would see this proceeding being different. So the Public Service Department really wears a couple of hats as a department, and one of those hats is to be the public advocate in utility regulatory proceedings. So that meant that this is a state agency that is sort of an automatic intervener, automatic party in all state regulatory proceedings before the regulator, then called the Public Service Board, now called the Public Utility Commission. So that meant that our department had a legal division, and they were sort of our legal representatives, bringing our expertise to bear.
Just a second, Mr. Hopkins, yeah. Sorry. I see that your pace is quite rapid, and I'm thinking of the
interpreter and the stenographer.
The stenographer. So can you just slow the pace?
Yes,
I
sure.
see the enthusiasm, but just to, so that he can follow you. Yes, can you just, you were saying that you acted as a public advocate. So sorry if I interrupted you, but can you repeat your answer?
Yeah. No problem. I appreciate the difficulty for the stenographer, and it was just such an exciting job. I got to keep going at it. So the state is a state agency, the public advocate, involved in all utility regulatory proceedings before the regulator, which meant that we were in Quebec. There's intervener funding to bring folks like IGWA and the other parties here into the process. Vermont doesn't have intervener funding, but does have this publicly funded, well, it's funded by a tax on utilities, entity whose job it is to represent the public in those utility regulatory proceedings. So that meant that we were deeply involved basically in every case before the public, before the regulator. The other role that the department played, and this is a role that was particularly in my responsibility, was we were also what's called the State Energy Office, which means that we got funding from U.S. Department of Energy. We were the sort of the governor's point person on energy policy development, and performing a range of responsibilities around working with the legislature, developing policy, a little bit more, I think, like the Ministry of Energy in Quebec. So it's sort of a combined entity. I found it a fascinating place to work because it meant that we could span the whole range from policy development and program implementation through to seeing what that actually looks like inside a utility regulatory structure.
Thank you. Can you describe a little bit more your role as a director of energy policy planning?
Sure. So I guess I'll start with again, there's these two hats for the department, and I essentially wore two hats. So one was to be, there's various statutes that said that the director of regulated utility planning shall do the following things. So I was responsible for weighing in on particular items on in a regulatory context, and for evaluating certain plans and things like that. And so wearing that hat, I engaged in a number of different issues before the regulator. I was also the head of the State Energy Office function, which meant that I was helping to design and develop programs that we might run. I also had folks who were conducting the regulatory oversight of the state level, or all the utility-run energy efficiency programs. So sort of wearing these two hats of both policy. I did a lot of work in the legislature, trying to get them to pass bills that would further advance state energy policy, and then turn around and do reports and analysis and appear before the regulator to sort of explain and show what the regulatory implementation of that policy would be.
In your resume, that was an exhibit of your expert report, CASIG 35. For the first portion, or the first act, I should say, of your function, you referred to a Vermont Comprehensive Energy Plan in which you were, I think you were directing this initiative. Can you explain a little bit more what was that about?
Sure. So that there's a legal requirement to develop a comprehensive energy plan, also a state electric plan. We merge those two together on a recurrent basis. There are then various regulatory requirements that various actions that utilities might take need to be consistent with that comprehensive energy plan. So that energy plan is developed sort of in concert with this utility regulatory role. So the 2016 plan that I led from start to finish really helps set the state's overall approach to meeting its policy objectives and trying to really ground that in quantitative analysis. So the state had I believe probably still has, the plan hasn't changed, a goal of 90% renewable energy by 2050 across all sectors. And so we did a bunch of analysis figuring out what would that mean, how much of which kind of energy would be required, how would you do that given the use of fossil fuels, both heating oil and propane, as well as natural gas in the heating sector? What does that mean for transportation, et cetera? Did a bunch of that analysis and then took that analysis out around Vermont and talked to stakeholders, held public forums, both expert meetings and focus groups, but also your Tuesday afternoon in the town library kind of public engagement, and put that all together into a complete plan that then has this regulatory weight because it's been informed by all of these processes.
I think that you indicated also that part of your role was submitting testimony before the regulator. Can you explain a little bit more what you had to do in that context?
Sure. So, we had a sort of an internal team of experts, basically the division directors and sometimes other experts in particular areas on our staff. And so because we were basically party to every proceeding before the regulator, we would usually pick the appropriate staff members who had the appropriate expertise to testify on a particular topics before the Public Utility Commission. And so I did that a number of different cases. There's a list in my resume, but I want to identify that it's not like my testimony in those cases is the only engagement that I had with the regulatory process. There's of course helping to inform and analyze and quality control the testimony submitted by my colleagues, but also engaging in discussions within our department about what the best public interest outcome to be advocating for in a given proceeding might be. When you say that the department's job is to represent the public interest, well, there's lots of different potential publics. We can see in this docket that different organizations in Quebec, different parts of the public have their own representation. We had to figure out how to strike balances internally to represent the public interest as a whole, meaning the state's policy interest as well as the interest of low-income customers or economic development or the environment or all sorts of other things. So, one aspect of that is it meant that we were sort of in constant communication back and forth with utilities, with the regulated utilities in the state, because they wanted to talk with us and figure out whether we were going to be supportive of their position on things and all that. So there's a lot of informal things going on. as well as things that are a little bit more formal. So just an example or two. One of the items in our regulatory calendar had to do with rate cases for Green Mountain Power. You all may have heard Green Mountain Power, perhaps. They are a sister entity to Energier. They're now the dominant, or basically the dominant electric utility in Vermont. They have to come in for rate cases every few years, and had a multi-year rate plan type structure in between. Had sort of a Vermont flavor of decoupling, various pass-through costs that are addressed using deferral and balancing accounts. All these tools that are used to address utility business risk, and we would work out internally positions to take, and we would work through those issues. It doesn't end up being documented in formal filed testimony, but that I was very much involved in those discussions. So, for example, Green Mountain Power owns a wind farm in the northern part of the state. There's sometimes the wind blows better or worse. Sometimes there are operational issues, and so the question of what happens if that facility, which ratepayers agreed to pay for when it was the regulators agreed on their behalf to pay for this facility, what happens when it's not delivering what's expected? Who should bear that risk? This is in the language that we're using in this proceeding. That's a supply risk. So we would discuss the appropriate way to share the resulting costs between shareholders and ratepayers, and negotiate back and forth with the utility in terms of largely aiming towards settling an overall rate case, or at least settling many of the issues in the rate case. So given that I was also for overseeing energy efficiency programs, the important role of decoupling, so that the utility was indifferent to the amount of sales they might see in a given year, figuring out, making sure that structure was maintained in place. Green Mountain Power proposed various new businesses that they would want to get involved in as above the line regulated businesses, so we would talk about the risks associated with those businesses, what an appropriate allocation and sharing of risk is for the success or failure of those businesses, those sorts of things. I was also, just sorry to go on for a bit, but there were so many different things I did in this job. But another sort of recurring responsibility that I had, wearing my Director of Regulated Utility Planning hat, was to review utility integrated resource plans, both electric and gas utility integrated resource plans. I don't mean to disparage my predecessors, but this particular part of the role had not been pursued actively in the years before I arrived in the role. So that involved, developing the processes for that kind of review, helping utilities understand our perspective with respect to, say, power supply risks, and what it means to be planning for a societally least cost energy portfolio. The Vermont gas systems had never done an IRP before. No one had ever sort of called them to account to do that. So I worked with them to figure out how to sort of map the structure of an electric utility IRP onto a gas utility IRP. Their supply risks in terms of, they were taking various supply risks, so essentially on behalf of customers in terms of their hedging their various contracts and such. And so we needed to check and make sure that those were being evaluated on using the appropriate methods. Check their methods for how they decide whether to expand into a new service territory, balancing the opportunity for growth with the risk that, what happens if customers don't sign up or don't use as much gas as you think they're going to. So yeah, those are just some of the different pieces that gave me this exposure to really looking at all these different aspects of business risk from a utility, within that utility regulatory construct.
Thank you. And with respect to specific testimony on subjects that would be relevant to this hearing, do you have any examples?
Sure. So there are two that I think are more relevant than others. The first has to do with a particular proposal. Well, there had been an approved expansion of Vermont Gas System's system to extend south to carry quite a large expansion in a service territory, but there were cost overruns in that project, and so the question was whether the cost overruns were sufficient. Did they require reopening the overall question of whether to build a thing at all? And so I led analysis about what this project made sense before. It was cost effective when it was approved. Is it still cost effective? So this was returning to my and building on my expertise in the sort of cost benefit analysis to see whether is it still consistent with state energy policy? Is it still in the general good of the state? Is it still a cost effective project? So that sort of question of when is gas infrastructure appropriate to build? What type of long-term capital risk is associated with building a large expansion project like that? I think is relevant here with respect to these business risk decisions. And then a little bit slightly more tangentially related, I guess. There was a law that established how electric ratepayer funds could potentially be used to within a particular construct to support electrification measures. And this has the law and process has subsequently changed, but I put in testimony about the fact that at that particular time, the way it was structured, this particular pot of funds was not appropriately used for that kind of electrification. But this question of heat pumps and electrification and how to support them and who should pay for that that aspect of the sort of public support for energy transition was a recurring issue both in the hearing room and in the State House and in our comprehensive energy plan just across a number of years.
And you were testifying in what capacity?
So the Quebec process of having a sort of a formal expertise statement and being qualified as an expert versus an analyst or whatever, that I haven't encountered that in any other state, and we certainly didn't have that in Vermont. But in almost all cases, there was one exception for idiosyncratic reasons. I was, in effect, and to the extent that that structure exists in Vermont, I was testifying as an expert. I was the departmental expert on the topics that I was testifying on.
So you had also, as part of Director of Energy Policy Planning, you worked on the Vermont's Total Energy Study. Can you just explain briefly what was that about, and in relation to this to this case?
Yeah, sure. So this was the first real detailed quantitative modeling study that anybody had done in Vermont of really what does energy transition actually look like? How much of what by when do you need in order to actually get to a state of deep decarbonization by mid-century? So this was looking at policy options and different technology pathways. We hired outside consulting assistants to help with the quantitative modeling part. Dunsky, they may be familiar with to you all in Montreal, helped us to do the modeling. We looked through, and this was really the first time when we put numbers down to see okay, this is what this is going to mean for sales from the gas utility. This is what this is going to mean for how much electrification is going to be required. We looked at more sort of biomethane type approaches and bioheating oil, biofuel for transportation, and wood heating. And we also looked at more electrification heavy pathways. Looked closely at what the implications of those were going to be on the state's economy, on the different players within the energy system, what the implications would be for utilities. Figured out how to better model the state economic impacts of changes in gas utility sales and all that sort of thing. This was in many respects, the sort of underlying technical analysis that then informed the comprehensive energy planning process that we conducted over the year after that.
So let's turn now to your work as Vermont's total energy. Have you? I'm just mixed up. Can you describe your next role after, or if you have any other things to say about Vermont? And so we'll then go to your role at Synapse.
Sure. So there's one more thing I wanted to say about Vermont, because I was thinking about this in anticipation of this conversation, of a case where a lot of the issues that are present in this case were present in Vermont, although with a twist. So I'll explain, and sort of show how I was engaged in addressing those issues and sort of what that meant and how that informs my take and my expertise with respect to the issues here. So, I was in this job from 2011 to 2016. If you looked at a cost curve of the falling cost of solar photovoltaics, you would see that they fell a lot during that time period. In particular, even by early in that time period, they were low enough that if a customer could net meter their electric generation, they could get a pretty good financial return for their investment. And this was true across the country. And so if you looked at the agenda for a NARUC meeting or a utility meeting of some sort in 2012 or 13, you would see a lot of sessions about net metering, about cost shifts from net metering, about the utility death spiral, right? The sort of questions of the competition between self-generation from solar photovoltaic in particular on homes and utility supplied power supply, and sort of what that, the risk that would essentially destroy the traditional electric utility business model. This sort of, electric utilities aren't used to dealing with competitive supply in that sense, even competing with the distribution system. So how to manage that competition. So the deployment of net metering in Vermont really looked like your sort of classic exponential growth curve. This really was a new business risk for the utilities, challenging the way that they had been thinking about how their business was going to be going forward. It was definitely the center of utility management attention. There were regulatory proceedings on it. There were legislative hearings. There were discussions of passing different legislation. It was, in this way, it was quite similar.
Please, a little bit.
Oh, sorry. All right. Thank you. Thanks for the reminder. So, this was really similar, I think, to the energy transition discussion that's happening today in terms of it's really become the center of conversation. So, in my role, wearing both this policy development hat, being having a state policy in favor of renewable development, people wanting to develop renewables, but also this business risk for the utilities. I was called upon by legislation in my role, but we helped scope and shape what this SCOTU was going to look like to help the legislature, the regulators, the public, the utilities understand what this risk looks like. What benefits are accruing to the state because of net metering, policy benefits. Is that utility risk worth it? How should it be apportioned? So the point of our analysis was really to try to understand this risk. How big of a risk is it really? On what time scale does it show up? How likely is it to result in a death spiral type situation for utilities? So in this context, then I conducted analysis of the costs and benefits of net metered solar PV, costs to who and benefits to who. We showed that at the present deployment scale, net metering did provide actually net benefits to the state, but that as participation grew, it would cause increasing net costs and could result in adverse outcomes if the policy didn't change. And so that led us to a process to set up a new rule, a new policy for net metering. It would give the regulator explicit checkpoints every couple of years to see how net metering was progressing, evaluate risks, be able to make an informed decision about the policy. So, we've resulted sort of calmed down, this sort of analysis essentially calmed down a frantic concern about the risk of net metering and turned it into a balanced process that advances policy while not leading to any sort of long-term capital recovery risks, for example, for the utilities. So this process, I think it's a potential interesting analog to a lot of the same issues in that process came up as in at issue in this case, and in the issue of the energy transition for gas utilities in general.
Mr. President, I was going to start with the questions on his current role, current position at the SNAP. So, but I'm mindful of time. Should I continue, or you prefer to have a?
Non, je pense que vous pouvez continuer.
Parfait. So, Mr. Hopkins, now I understand that you're Vice President of Synapse Energy Economic. Can you explain what the firm does briefly?
Sure. We work for public interest clients across North America to try to understand a whole range of energy and economic issues, particularly those related to energy transition, but also other ones. And in some cases, we're supporting the development of testimony, expert testimony in regulatory proceedings. Other times, it's a report to inform the public or some sort of other policymaker.
And your specific functions at SNAPS?
So I'm a vice president. I lead all of our, broadly speaking, our thrusts in the direction of what does deep decarbonization look like in the Quebec language energy transition, with a particular focus on what does it mean for electric and gas utility regulatory and business models. And recently that's meant a lot of work on what the future of gas utilities is from a policy and regulatory and quantitative standpoint.
Can you give some examples of projects that you're working on relating to gas utilities and the relevancy with this file?
Sure. There's some risk I may go on for a while. You should feel free to the thing about being involved in so many different interesting proceedings is I've got a lot to say about a lot of them. So I'll try to give you a quick high-level summary, and if you have follow-up questions about any of them, feel free. So basically, sort of, yes, work our way around the country from maybe from top right to lower left. So in Massachusetts, we work for the Conservation Law Foundation. They are engaged in a stakeholder process in the Public Utilities Docket 2080, which is explicitly a regulatory proceeding about the role of local gas distribution companies in the energy transition in Massachusetts. Massachusetts has a 2050 net zero goal, same as, actually statutory requirement, legal mandate to net zero in 2050. So we produced a report for CLF, that's the Conservation Law Foundation, early in this docket because the way this docket was going to work, the utilities were going to have to hire a consultant to do a big study. And so we took our expertise that we had gathered from around the country and wrote a white paper, a report on what to look for in the scope of that study to make sure that it was really doing things well and taking all of the correct kinds of things into account. As that analysis has been conducted and completed, we've helped CLF evaluate the work, helped them file comments. They've attached memos that we've written to their filed comments to the utilities and the regulators about what that transition looks like. I guess moving further down across the country, in New York, we work for Natural Resources Defense Council. There's a long-term gas planning proceeding open at the regulator there, where we've written a couple of white papers about the importance of long-term gas planning and not just short-term planning, about the transparency of planning. The planning process in New York has been quite opaque, and about improvements in cost-benefit analysis for gas infrastructure decision making. And then more recently, a colleague and I have submitted joint testimony in Con Edison's current rate case, particularly with respect to their plans and approach for main replacement. They have thousands of miles of cast iron main that need replacing or retiring, and we were helping to illuminate the questions around the choices about replacement or retirement for those assets. I guess moving a little bit further down the coast to Maryland, we work with the Maryland Office of People's Counsel. That's the public advocate in Maryland. They're concerned about what happens to low-income customers in the context of gas utility energy transition. Make sure that the risk of capital recovery risk in the event of any sort of death spiral situation, or that what does that risk look like from the standpoint of the people who might be the last ratepayers still on the system, who can't afford to electrify and get off. And so what are the kinds of proactive risk mitigation strategies that can be implemented from a regulatory standpoint and an infrastructure planning standpoint to limit the risk that's passed on to those low-income ratepayers? Huddled there next to Maryland in the District of Columbia, we've been engaged for a number of years, almost actually, at least 80% of the time I've been at Synapse, on helping them with issues around gas utility planning. It started with my submitting expert testimony in the proceeding in which AltaGas, the Canadian company, you've seen it in the filings here, was buying Washington Gas Light, the gas utility in DC, and the Energy Office and the DC government hired me as an expert to testify on the question of what energy transition might mean to Washington Gas Light as a company. What kind of risk should AltaGas be aware of as it's making its purchase? Washington DC has had very aggressive climate mitigation goals and made them more aggressive during the course of the proceeding. And so what would that mean for the risks that we're facing the gas company? In some sense, to make sure that the buyer of Washington Gas wouldn't be surprised when they got to the district and figured out that they actually had really aggressive policies, and that was really going to change what their business model was. As part of the settlement for that case, AltaGas and WGL agreed to make a climate business plan and file it before the regulators. And then we've been working in the follow-on proceedings related to that climate business plan, evaluating it. It's got its pluses and minuses, and helping to try to really understand and get the utility to really be transparent about what its plans are and what risks it faces and how it proposes to mitigate those risks. Because in many cases, our counterparty to utility risk is is ratepayers. So what are the appropriate mechanisms there? Jumping across the country, Colorado Energy Office asked me to write white papers on how to do decision making in a utility regulatory context, to advise the regulator essentially in the context of you need to make things happen fast in order to get where you need to get on the energy transition. But at the same time, you don't necessarily have all the information. Yeah, you don't know whether a given program is going to work. You have lots of parties that need to be coordinated. So how do you make the decisions that you can make now while explicitly holding other decisions for later and coming back to them and having a sort of a rapidly refreshing feedback loop? What's working, what's not working, and how to implement that from a regulatory standpoint. In Nevada, we're helping some advocates there in their proceedings regarding the future of gas and gas planning issues. That's a somewhat smaller project. And then the last one I'll mention in San Diego, the County of San Diego, who has hired the University of California, San Diego, who then subcontracted to us to help them develop the buildings portion of their regional decarbonization framework. That in particular, they wanted to have a good understanding of what was going to happen with San Diego Gas and Electric, the gas utility that serves the county, and what the particular issues were that they needed to be aware of with respect to the risk that that company might face, and what the impacts of those risks might be on residents of the county. What are the different kinds of mitigating actions that the utility might take, and how the county can be prepared and help its municipalities and its residents be prepared for what the gas utility transition might look like.
There are other projects in your resume. I don't think we'll go through all of them, but can you explain, based on what we have on your roles in how you think that your experience in your various professional jobs permits you to help the Régie in this case? How do you think your professional experience brings the request to the qualification that we're asking here as an expert?
Sure. So, I mean, I guess, I think I'm largely drawing in this context on my work in Vermont, where, really working closely on those regulatory structures, understanding regulatory lag, short-term business utility risks, and then this question of this longer-term risk with the model of the question of that sort of net metering analog, and then really diving in on a very close level at what really energy transition looks like. What does it mean for the different players that are involved? And then in the last few years, in my SynApps role, really having the ability to look across the country and really in detail at particular, what the energy transition looks like in different places. What is the impact on different utilities in different climate zones with different investment plans? Some still have a bunch of cast iron, some don't. Those sorts of questions. How do the risks differ? How are they the same? What are the different options for mitigating those risks? As it may be clear from the way I've been describing what we're talking about, I have this sort of regulatory policy overlay, but also really focused on like practically implementation, like what does it actually mean? What would need to happen in order for a risk to come to occurrence? Because when you're a state policymaker or you're trying to advise in a policy context, I think you really need to have a good understanding of what that actually looks like in implementation practice, and I think I can bring that to bear here in this proceeding.
So since I'm a little bit mindful of time, I just want to look probably without necessarily describing them in a lot of detail. When we're looking at your CV in the report section of your CV, can you just indicate what would you believe be relevant drafting that you have done on the subject that is of most importance for this case?
Sure. So a number of these reports are related to projects that I described before, so I won't touch those. But I guess looking at the report section on the first page of the list, which is page 4 of the exhibit, the 6th one down is a project called Rhode Island Carbon Pricing Study. This is a study we did for Rhode Island. And I think the most relevant piece here is that we really looked at what would be the drivers and relevant costs that would matter to customers to decide to electrify from natural gas. What would the competitive position of electricity and gas have to be as shaped by a carbon price in this context, but more generally, in order to actually change customer behavior in terms of buying new equipment. And the main takeaway from it was changes in the price of fuel do not have a particularly large effect. That upfront incentives we found would have a much larger effect. So that informs my thinking about the competition risk between gas and electric, at least in the context of gas and electric prices in Rhode Island. On the next page, sort of middle of the page, there's one by Shipley. The first author is Shipley, Jess Shipley. This is a white paper for the Regulatory Assistance Project called Renovating Regulation to Electrify Buildings, a Guide for the Handy Regulator. I provided general advising for this project as a whole, but particularly led the development of the section about line extension policy and reevaluating the economics of line extensions, which again relates to how much capital is at risk and what does that mean in that context. The second to last item on this report's page by Takahashi et al. Is a survey of U.S. state and local building decarbonization policies and programs. So this just further work that I was involved in to gather insight information about what's going on across the country in terms of different programs and policies and what effects they're having. On the next page, there's the first one, and again Kenji Takahashi, the lead author, assessment of National Grid's long-term capacity report. This is essentially a non-pipeline alternative analysis related to a new gas transmission line into Long Island. Again, related to this question of managing capital risk in the face and cost-effectively making decisions about gas capital investment. The fourth piece here, Kelly et al., net zero energy roadmap for the city of Burlington, Vermont. This was an energy transition roadmap for the city. One of the things that's unique about Burlington is that they have an objective of being net zero, not by 2050, but by 2030. And so the challenges that they face in addressing stock turnover time and the extra costs they would face to try to figure out how to retire gas systems quickly if they were going to go an all electric route. They have Vermont Gas Systems, another energy affiliate, serves Burlington, and the question of partnership with Vermont Gas, the use of renewable natural gas as part of reaching that goal, and what does that mean about timeframes for energy transition. And then I think maybe the last report that I would highlight on here, like it's fifth from the bottom on that, page 6 of the resume, decarbonization of heating energy use in California buildings. This was an analysis of, well, I guess what it says it is, but it particularly looked at the customer economics of fuel switching with time of use rate design, with the particular rate structures in California for gas and for electric, and what that implies about state policy and other things for that kind of competition, between gas and electric.
Have you ever been consulted for business risks questions before?
So not in the context of a rate of return proceeding like this one. As I mentioned, my exposure to these business risk questions is really sort of practical implementation based, rather than in this sort of abstract ROE proceeding context. The closest, the best direct analog is this question of risk in Washington, D.C. and all to gas, and really digging into what the risks to the utility are in the energy transition, and understanding those pieces. But I guess I feel like there's aspects of business risk in the Maryland work, in the Massachusetts work, et cetera, down the road, there, and we're hired for my expertise in that area, but just not in the specific context of the sort of this particular rate of return docket risk comparison structure.
What do you believe that you can be of assistance to the Régie as an expert in this file?
Well, I mean, over my career, I've provided objective analysis in the public interest. That's what I view my job in the world. Whether that's working for the federal government, for the state of Vermont, or as a consultant at Synapse, I'm committed to using analytic best practices, developing new approaches to policy and regulatory analysis as needs demand. I've been thinking deeply about the gas utility business and the risks it faces in the context of policies for greenhouse gas emission mitigation in numerous contexts across the US for a number of years. I believe I have the technical knowledge and expertise to be of assistance to the Régie in this case. As you just asked, I realize I haven't filed testimony in rate of return cases and built business risk per se, although I do believe my expertise as a practical policymaker and consultant addressing utility business risks in this regulatory context gives me a useful perspective, and that perspective will be useful to the Régie in evaluating Dr. Brown's report on business risk. I have had the opportunity to testify before the Régie before. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to return and testify before you again. Pleased to be able to apply my knowledge of the Quebec energy and regulatory context and make sure that my advice is tailored to meet the Régie's needs in this case.
Thank you, Mr. Hopkins. This concludes my questions to Mr. Hopkins.
Merci beaucoup, Maître Avelin. Alors, on va prendre la pause pour le lunch et on se retrouve à 13h10. Merci.
Merci beaucoup.
Since I didn't have a chance to turn the translation on, what time do we start back again?
In 1 hour.
1:10. Okay. 6:10 for me. All right. Thank you.
Ou ma toilette qui vont s'en charger.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Ce sera moi.
D'accord.
Ce sera moi qui va s'en charger cet après-midi. Alors, bonjour à la formation. Je vais essayer d'être brève, disons. Good afternoon, Dr. Hopkins. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Now it's afternoon for both of us.
Yes, exactly. So my name is Adina Georgescu. I am legal counsel for Gazifère and Intragaz in the current proceedings, and I will be asking you some questions about the testimony that you just filed right before lunch on our time, but in the afternoon on your time. So I'll try to not take too long, but I just wanted some clarifications on some of the elements that you brought up during your testimony. So I'll start by going back to your professional experience, which is the first part of your testimony earlier today. You were mentioning that you worked for the U.S. Department of Energy, and you described your experience there and what you were in charge of, which included the quadrennial review on energy transition, for one. You also described your experience there as you having worked on decarbonization of the energy sector with the objective of informing and developing policies. Is that correct? Is my understanding correct to that effect?
Correct a couple spots in there. The project is the Quadrennial Technology Review. It's really a technology policy document. It's about the core purpose of the QTR, for ease of speaking, is to guide the Department of Energy in its development of programs and policies that are within its purview. The Department of Energy U.S. Department of Energy at that time spent something like $4 billion a year on energy R&D, providing all sorts of interesting information to the energy sector, et cetera. So our purpose was to look at the energy sector is $1 trillion plus industry in the U.S. alone, right? So how do you make the most out of $4 billion per year of investment? What are the high leverage things to do? In order to understand that, and leverage to what purpose, right? Leverage to the purpose of advancing energy transition. It's about the energy transition, but it's about DOE's particular role in that transition and how that relates to the role of all of the other players, utilities, universities, national labs, businesses doing R&D, all of the different players that are going to end up having some sort of role in the energy transition.
Understood. So it is related to energy transition. It is related, for instance, to decarbonization, to energy efficiency. That's pretty much what it's about. And you were obviously leading this and involved in the process of putting this together.
I also want to clarify my role a little bit. I don't want to take more credit than is due. This is a big project with a lot of people on it across the whole Department of Energy. I was helping to make sure that whole train ran on time.
Understood.
And bringing my particular expertise to sort of accumulating and synthesizing information we were bringing in from all of these different sources into a cogent, coherent document you can pick up and wave around instead of 20,000 pages of unuseful information.
Understood. So your focus was on keeping all of this together, but the objective here was really energy transition and decarbonation. That's what I'm trying to figure out what the subject matter was.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Moving on to your experience with the Vermont Public Service Department. Right. You described your work as developing policy, program implementation inside inside the utility regulatory structure. You were working on energy transition and decarbonization as well, and energy efficiency programs. Is that a good summary of the general tasks that you were charged with in that role?
Yeah, when it's a small state and we don't have a lot of people and everybody's responsible for everything in some sense, right? So there was a lot of stuff that came across my desk over the course of 5 years. But everything you just mentioned there came through for sure, and we're probably amongst the larger topics, in amongst everything else.
All right. So these are the, I'd say, high level. These are probably the central topics that you were in charge with. Is that fair to say?
I think that's fair.
Okay. Thank you. You also mentioned that in that role with the Vermont Public Service Department, you worked on the Vermont Comprehensive Energy Plan, which was, in my understanding, related to Vermont's approach in mitigating its objectives of 90% renewable energy by 2050. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was about how does the energy sector in Vermont contribute appropriately to meeting a range of policy objectives. The sort of the top line one in energy policy space is this 90% renewable by 2050. But it was really an interagency process. We wanted to make sure that we were advancing human health, that we were improving the environment, that it was making economic sense, that the State Economic Development Agency was providing energy in the service of what, right? We don't do energy for energy's sake, right? We do energy in the service of and changes in the energy sector in the service of outcomes, policy outcomes, whether that's environment, health, economic development, human thriving, and whichever way you want to think about it. And so the comprehensive energy plan looked, just charged with looking holistically across all of those policy objectives and saying, well, how do we use the various levers that the state has and the soft power and the regulatory authority and laws and whatever to do funding to make change happen in the direction of advancing all of those policy objectives.
So is it fair?
If I can just interrupt you for a second, you both talk fast, really fast. So if I need to take notes, I mean, could you cut in half the speed to which you're talking?
Absolutely. I apologize, Mediket. I will for one slow down, and I imagine Dr. Hopkins will try as well. So we will try to get our speed to not go as quickly. So is it fair to say, based on what you just explained, that this Vermont Comprehensive Energy Plan really looks at solutions and measures that could be implemented in order to achieve policy objectives for energy transition and decarbonization, et cetera. Is that a fair assessment?
It definitely does that. It also includes a sort of a grounding in information and analysis to inform the reader as to the context in which those solutions are, the proposed actions are taking place. It's a plan. It's an action plan. It
Right.
has, the following entities should do the following things.
Understood. Thank you for that. I'll move now to Synapse. So your current employment right now, and I understand you are a vice president of the company. I also understand from what you explained earlier today that Synapse acts in public interest of clients. So you represent them you represent clients for the public interest in various circumstances, various contexts. Is that correct?
That's correct. We provide our expertise to clients. I think I want to make it clear that we are an analytic organization, not an advocacy organization.
Understood.
Our clients may be advocates, but our job is to provide them with the truth as we see it. It's literally written in our contracts with them that we control the language of what we say, right? That we're clients sometimes not happy with the results of our analysis, and that's their problem, right?
Understood.
So just might be you said sort of yeah. I want to be clear about the language on providing our services to the two folks who then have an advocacy position they may use our analysis for.
Yeah, the clarification is understood. Thank you very much for that. And in the context of your work with Synapse, my understanding is that you focus on, again, deep decarbonization, planning and implementation of decarbonization, electrification, and energy efficiency measures or initiatives. And I'm also looking at your resume, which states essentially the same concepts. So is it fair to say that that is what you are focused on with Synapse?
That's the primary area of my work. I contribute to projects in a number of different areas: resilience, integrated resource planning, all sorts of other pieces. But if I had to describe what's my practice area, it's what you just said, pretty much.
Right. So do you agree with me, having looked at these professional experiences, and I know that you've mentioned maybe one or two more, but I didn't want to go back too far in time. Overall, generally speaking, your experience is in the field essentially of energy transition, decarbonization, and energy efficiency. Is that a fair statement?
I definitely have expertise in those areas. I also have expertise in plenty of other areas. As relates to all the different aspects of the energy sector, role of utilities, et cetera, within the context of those other pieces. So that's where the focus of my effort at Synapse is, for sure.
Understood. I'll move now to selected projects. So you mentioned earlier a few projects that you consider as being most relevant for the purposes of the current hearing. And I noticed that they are maybe a little bit different, or they're not necessarily the same as the ones that are listed in your resume. But I just want to go through the ones that you did mention. So you mentioned CLF, and I apologize if I mentioned these in the wrong way, or if I call them by the wrong name, but I had a hard time keeping up with all of the information.
Sorry.
That's all right. So I'll say them as I understood them, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong. So for CLF, you mentioned that this was focused on, again, decarbonization, a plan to meet 0% greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. That was the focus of that particular project. Very high level here.
I guess I would characterize that project a little differently. That the state policy to meet the net zero by 2050 is the sort of the founding question of that project, and the founding question of the regulatory docket in Massachusetts. But the actual subject of the docket and the subject of our work is what is the role of gas utilities in that context? So the questions are specifically about gas utilities, not about sort of generally about the energy transition, but what happens to gas utilities? What are their potential future business models? What risks are they facing? How might those, if fossil gas sales have to go basically to zero, like what does that mean in terms of depreciation rates, in terms of availability of alternate fuels? What about hybrid systems? What about the Energy HQ equivalent proposal is one of the things that's being analyzed there. So it's not a sort of the underlying question is not like the foundation is the question of deep decarbonization and the energy transition, but the questions at issue in the docket and our work there are very much about what actually is going on with the gas utilities, with their finances, with the rates that they're charging customers. How does that compare across different scenarios? Are some approaches better than others? Those kinds of questions.
Understood. So I understand that this is related to specifically public utilities in the gas industry. But what I was trying to clarify is whether or not this was all in the context of energy transition and deep decarbonization and meeting objectives that are set by policy in achieving, as you mentioned, 0% greenhouse gas emissions by 2050, for instance, as an example. And I understand from your answer that is the case.
Yeah, that is the underlying question. It's not the sort of the day-to-day questions that are being addressed in that project in particular.
Understood.
But it's in that context.
Understood. You then mentioned a project in Maryland, and you mentioned that it was related to low-income customers in energy transition and electrification. It was all connected to energy transition and electrification. And you mentioned that it was pertaining to the implementation of energy transition measures. Is that correct?
The core bit of that analysis in Maryland is that we have financial models of each of the gas utilities in Maryland and are applying those models to different trajectories for future sales, different potential business models. What happens if the city utility continued sort of business as usual, didn't make any adjustments to how it chose to do investments or its depreciation rates, or and simply decided to replace fossil gas with RNG on some pace to achieve the state's target. What would that mean in terms of rates for customers? What would that mean in terms of what the rate base for the utility would be, what the revenue requirement would be in a given year, et cetera? And then to say compare and contrast that with a case in which the state has laid out some example electrification pathways. What happens in an electrification pathway? Can assets be retired early? What happens to O&M costs? Assets that are retired early, how might the value of those assets be recovered? What is that doing to rates? If you change depreciation to have it go earlier, all these kinds of sort of quantitative analysis of the utility business in the context of this state policy or construct. Maryland now has a state law passed quite recently of net zero emissions in 2045. So what is, many of the same questions as in the Massachusetts case. We also have a model of our Massachusetts utilities, comparable model. So what's actually going on in terms of how much assets are at risk of stranding? What's not used and useful anymore under different kinds of infrastructure decisions? What about all that cast iron pipe in the ground that's currently leaking? How do you deal with that? It's that set of questions that we're analyzing for the Maryland client.
Understood. And my understanding is that essentially the exercise that you were doing was with respect to the measures that could be put in place in the context of energy transition. That was the focus, essentially.
Yeah, I guess it sort of depends on different meanings of the word measures. I'm thinking of different regulatory strategies, different financial strategies on behalf of the utility, yes. different kinds of programs that might be implemented in terms of hybrid heat pumps versus all electric versus use of RNG, et cetera. not measure. Sometimes people use measures in the energy efficiency world to mean energy efficiency measure like a more efficient light bulb. So I just want to be clear about the common definitions of the word measure.
Understood. I think essentially we are talking about the same thing, but your answer clarifies, and I appreciate that. If we look at some of the projects that you have in your resume that you've selected specifically, and I'll go through them very, very quickly. I don't know if you want us to put up the resume in front of you so that you can have a look at the elements I will be referring to. Madame, would you like us to put it up?
Sure, I think it'll probably be helpful to others. I have it separately on my screen, but for the 20-odd people who are looking along, they might appreciate it if you share it so we can all look at the same thing.
Absolutely. So, Madame la greffière, est-ce qu'il serait possible de mettre à l'écran la pièce C à SIG 0030?
While we wait for the resume, Mr. Hopkins, please
Slow
again.
Down.
Yes.
When I'm in the same room as the stenographer, it's a lot easier to see the pain on their face.
We all need to adapt to the virtual reality, unfortunately.
Yes.
So, Madame la greffière, si vous pouviez aller à la page 2, s'il vous plaît. Vous pouvez descendre encore un petit peu. So we're looking at selected projects. Here you mentioned future of gas utilities, and just very quickly, it says that you and your team are assisting a number of clients to understand the future of gas utilities in the context of deep building decarbonization objectives. Mm-hmm. If we go to the next topic, Puerto Rico Energy Bureau, it says on the second line, Dr. Hopkins has led or substantially contributed to the development of Puerto Rico's first energy efficiency and demand response regulations. If we go to the next one, Massachusetts Comprehensive Energy Plan. So you worked, this is the last sentence, you worked with Pat Knight to develop an approach to modeling energy transformations toward low carbon alternatives in electricity, buildings, and transportation that are consistent with state policy and approaches while being grounded in stock turnover rates and feasible policies and programs. The next one refers to, this is on the second line, identify the opportunity, costs, and benefits available if strategic electrification is adopted as a key strategy for decarbonization in New York and New England. So I can go on like this for the rest of them that you've listed, but essentially what I'm getting out of this is that, and please tell me if you agree with my assessment. My assessment is that most of these projects that you're mentioning in your resume have to do with energy transition, have to do with renewable energy, have to do with deep decarbonization. This was the focus of most of these projects that you've listed in your resume, and that is what your experience in these projects refers to or relates to. Is that a fair assessment?
For most of them, yes, that's fair. The work in Puerto Rico is more broadly than you described. You pulled out just the efficiency and demand response piece. I spent several years as the overall coordinator of our work to the Puerto Rico Energy Bureau. Due to idiosyncrasies of Puerto Rico public hiring, they have difficulty hiring staff, and so we serve as essentially an extension of their staff on a very wide range of measures of things. Integrated planning, resilience in the context of hurricanes, other pieces are relevant there. In the context of an island that has committed to 100% renewable electricity by 2050, and so. Yes, that policy context exists there. I would argue that policy context exists to some degree or another in every place in the world that's a signatory to the Paris Agreement, right? Everybody's doing their part, and so that provides a necessary context for work that anybody is doing in almost any jurisdiction.
Understood, but I'll just state my question again. It was my understanding that the vast majority of the focus and your experience here was related to decarbonization, planning and development of measures for energy efficiency and energy transition. So I'm talking about the majority. I'm not looking specifically at each individual project. I'm looking as a general assessment of your experience. Is that a fair assessment?
That's a fair assessment of the projects that are summarized here. As in keeping with my description of my primary business area in my current role at Synapse.
Right. So you mentioned that for some of these projects that you referred to in your testimony and that appear also from your resume, that you were called upon to provide cost-benefit analysis, for instance, for network extensions or for various types of projects. Do you agree with me that for these types of analysis, well, first of all, am I correct in saying that you did mention that for some of these projects you were called upon to provide cost-benefit analysis, for instance, for network extensions?
I would say that a great number of my projects involve cost-benefit analysis in some form or another. Even cases in which we're doing analysis of 4 different scenarios, it's commonly that it often boils down to what are the relative costs and benefits of the different scenarios. Right? That's commonly what the clients want to know in order to be able to make a choice or inform their choices between those scenarios. The one thing I would say, just to clarify, is that the work that I've done on related to network extension cost benefit piece, the Vermont case is a particular example of that, the Vermont gas systems extension. But otherwise, I've looked at the general question of the structure around line extensions or service, new customer services, rather than necessarily doing the analysis for an individual extension for an individual customer. It's more about what are the right rules, what are the right parameters to use for that kind of analysis, rather than than any sort of specific analysis. The only specific gas analysis, gas extension cost benefit analysis I've been involved with is the Vermont gas expansion.
Understood. So for that particular one, the Vermont one, which I think you had referred to as being one of the examples that would be comparable or would be a good example for the purposes of illustrating your competencies in the present case. You did mention that was related to line extensions. Do you agree with me that the type of cost-benefit analysis you're referring to are limited to that type of specific project? You were doing cost analysis, for instance, for that Vermont project, specific to that project. Do you agree with me on that?
That particular project, there's a statutory set of criteria to use to decide whether something is in the general good of the state, right? And that includes some of those involve balancing various different costs and benefits, some of which can't be added or subtracted from each other. You can't take the overall state economic benefit from something and add or subtract it to the cost of the project, right? The apples and oranges you can't, So it's a matter then of looking at overall costs and benefits and doing a weighing exercise. To
evaluate the project.
To evaluate the project in the statutory context, the regulator is going to have to make that evaluation.
Right. So it was project-specific cost analysis, if I may put it that way.
In that particular one, yes.
Understood. You also mentioned that you were called upon in certain of these files to provide business risk analysis in connection with some of these projects. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Again, I'll address the same type of question to you. For instance, for the Vermont example that you were giving, where you mentioned that you were doing business risk assessment for that particular project. Do you agree with me that the business risk assessment that you were called upon to do was specific to that project? It wasn't a general type of business risk assessment, for instance, that is required for a rate of return case.
in that specific Vermont example, I was doing analysis about that specific project.
There were two other projects that you referred to, and I just want to check my notes to make sure that I am referring to them correctly. And maybe we are talking about the same one you were mentioning, and I apologize again here. I was taking notes, and I'm not sure if the way that I'm going to call this is going to be the appropriate way. But you mentioned specifically two projects that you considered relevant for this proceeding. And one of them was the cost curve of solar voltaics. Am I completely off track here?
I relayed I walked you through a few years of work related to net metering in Vermont and the an evaluation of what that has meant for the business risk and how that relates to policy development, et cetera, for the electric utilities in Vermont.
Right. So you were mentioning here that there was a question of competitive risk that had to be analyzed, and that you were required to look into new business opportunities for the utilities for the specific project. Is that correct?
No. I wasn't you wasn't looking at new business opportunities for the utilities. That's their responsibility. This was trying to understand a particular risk in its appropriate context, evaluate what the potential impact of that risk is, what the likelihood of that risk is, under what circumstances might that risk come to pass, and evaluate whether the policy objectives that might be served by continuing to face that risk are worth it. Whether there are other paths forward that might mitigate that risk while simultaneously advancing policy objectives, and really sort of taking that risk, carefully analyzing it and seeing essentially what can be done about it in order to address it toward the public interest.
So is it fair to say that when you were called upon to look at the business risk for this specific project, this was again project-specific analysis? It was not the general type of business risk analysis at a global level that is required, for instance, in order to determine a rate of return?
So I think it's a direct analog to the kind of analysis related to the capital recovery risk that's at issue in this case. The electric utilities of Vermont, generally all of them, right? Not any one in particular, and not related to specific quantitative analysis of any one particular project, and again spread out over multiple years as this worked its way through. In this proceeding, there's a question of capital recovery risk, and to what extent that risk should be accounted for in the cost of capital in the specific context of competition with electricity and the energy transition, and what that is going to do to prices for gas, et cetera. And in this Vermont context, the question was very similar. It was the general question of competition between self-supplied electricity and utility-supplied electricity, and what that meant for the potential need to transition aspects of how the utility does its business. And again, similarly, also being driven forward by public policy. So that I think that analysis is directly analogous to the kind of analysis necessary to evaluate the business risk of future energy transition for the gas utility.
But I will ask you the question again in referring specifically to the project that you were looking at. This was a business risk assessment in the context of a specific project. It was not a business risk assessment that was leading to the determination of the rate of return.
You mentioned.
sorry, just so I clarify. And you mentioned earlier that you were never called upon to testify or to participate in any proceeding with respect to the determination of a rate of return. So in that context, I just want to clarify that the business risk assessment that you were looking to do in this particular project and file was related to that specific project. It was not a business risk assessment that is required for the determination of a rate of return.
I will object to the way you're asking the question, because I think clearly you have a different perspective as to business risk. And so I'll ask you to probably to rephrase your question, because we can get into discussing what is the interpretation of business risk.
We could, but I will rephrase my question instead. So I'll repeat by just mentioning again, it is my understanding that the business risk assessment that you conducted specifically in this project was related to the project itself. It was not related to what is required for the determination of a rate of return. Is that the case?
It was not used in a rate of return proceeding. The type of analysis that I was conducting, the expertise that I was bringing to bear, are the same type of analysis and the same type of expertise that one would use in a rate of return proceeding analysis of business risk.
So I don't want to get obviously into the details of what is the methodology to assess the business risk for the determination of a rate of return. That's something that's going to be part of the proceedings in this file, and we'll be able to make legal arguments on that. But my understanding from what you just answered is that your business risk assessment was not per se for the determination of the rate of return.
That's correct.
Thank you. So just going back on your testimony with respect to your testimonies. So the experience that you've had in front of various regulators, you mentioned that you have testified a few times in front of various regulators in the United States. You've testified as well in front of the Régie de l'Énergie, but you also mentioned, and I want to make sure that my understanding was correct, you also mentioned that you never testified in the context of a rate of return case such as the one that we are in today.
That's correct.
I'd like to bring you to your direct testimony, which is Madame la greffière, la pièce CAC 0028, s'il vous plaît, si on pouvait la mettre à l'écran. We're just going to put it up so that everybody looks at the same thing. À la page 3, s'il vous plaît, Madame la greffière. 3 de 36, donc... La question 7. So at Q&A 7, in your direct testimony, you identify the purpose of your testimony and hence your mandate for the present file. And I think you mentioned it at the beginning of your testimony earlier today, but just for the purposes of the discussion, it says the purpose of my testimony is to analyze the business risk facing Énergir, Gazifère, and Intragaz. Business risk is one component of the overall risk facing the utilities, which informs the choice of the appropriate cost of capital and thus allowed return on equity. This risk in view of the determination of the rate of return. Is that correct?
Yes.
Just give me 1 second, please. So I think I will end my questions here. If you give me just a few minutes, I'd just like to consult my colleagues to see if there's anything else that we would like to ask. But for the time being, I've completed most of my questions. So, Monsieur le Président, juste peut-être 1 ou 2 minutes là, pour pouvoir nous consulter, puis je vous reviens.
Oui, sans problème, on vous attend.
Merci. Ça s'est peut-être terminé un petit peu abruptement, je m'en excuse, mais nous n'aurons pas de questions additionnelles pour le Dr. Hopkins. Dr. Hopkins, thank you very much. I will not have any additional questions.
Great, thanks.
J'aurais une question en réinterrogatoire, si vous me le permettez.
Oui, allez-y.
So I'm not seeing the... Do you see Dr. Hopkins?
Sure. I'm here.
Okay. So my colleague asked you a question pertaining to your experience with respect to business risk analysis and referred that, stopped at the Vermont, as she called it, a project. Can you indicate other work that you have done that has a direct, as you mentioned, like that was directly analog to capital risk questions that you already indicated?
Do you mean capital risk specifically or business risk in general?
Business risk and the question of as it relates to this file.
Okay, so I guess first I want to clarify with respect to the Vermont project related to net metering. That was, but it's hard to distinguish what a project is in the context of, well, it's just your job. So this was work that I was doing over the course of multiple years as a state official, testifying before the legislature, doing analysis, publishing reports, talking in public workshops, regulatory workshops, et cetera. So it's not a project in the sense of a consulting project. And it informed and related to the development of mitigating policy in that Vermont context. So I'll set that aside and tell you about other examples. I guess there's a range of sort of small but consequential items related to mitigating and otherwise understanding and then deciding how to mitigate risk that come up in the context similarly of doing that Vermont job, of interacting with utilities on a weekly basis, near weekly basis at least, about the issues that they're facing, the filings they might make, the structure they might have in their next rate case, about what kind of deferral accounts they need to manage this or that risk. They want to propose to do a new line of business, and we want to understand what the risks are associated with that new line of business, et cetera. So there's a sort of a constant back and forth that relates to questions. In many respects, a lot of regulation is about who bears risk, shareholders or ratepayers, and so a lot of the back and forth had the underlying question of who bears different kinds of risks, which means understanding those risks and putting them in the appropriate context. So that's sort of a multiple years of a sort of constant drumbeat of dealing with those kinds of issues, not in the sense of one large project that leads to a report, but in the sense of simply dealing with those issues as they come up. Another particular example that I would draw from the last few years, wearing my Synapse hat, is the work that we've been doing to understand the risk of the utilities, particularly the gas utility in Washington, D.C. I was hired to be an expert witness in the acquisition merger proceeding between AltaGas and WGL, with the particular question of analyzing what future district policy means for the business of that AltaGas was acquiring. What risks was it likely to face? What were the kinds of decisions that it was going to have to make? And in the context of a merger proceeding, the question is, do you approve the merger or not? Can you quantify a specific risk and account for it in a rate of return? But the question of what risks there would be, how they would relate to the future of that utility, what kind of circumstances might result in capital recovery risk. Those were issues present that informed and shaped my testimony there, and the ongoing work there for the same client around understanding, the gas utility then required in response to my testimony, I think, to file a business plan for how they're going to adjust and mitigate their business, and mitigate emissions from their business, and then analyzing those questions. Helping our client write their comments on those plans, what an appropriate allocation of risk is, which risks are likely to occur in which context. That's while the application is for a merger proceeding rather than for a rate of return proceeding, the question of future risk, particularly in the Washington case, as relates to energy transition, capital recovery, which I think are prime issues in this case. So I think that's highly relevant.
Thank you. That completes my question, Mr. President.
Merci. Pour la suite, Maître Hamelin, est-ce que vous êtes prête à plaider?
Oui, si vous me donnez quelques temps pour que je puisse juste m'assurer de déposer. J'avais préparé quelque chose, alors juste m'assurer qu'on puisse déposer le plan d'argumentation.
Ben, écoutez, on peut prendre la pause santé tout de suite, là, puis on peut se revoir à, disons, 14h15.
Parfait.
Très bien, merci.
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 Thank you.
Rebonjour. Donc, nous en étions donc à la plaidoirie de Maître Hamelin.
Oui, parfait, Monsieur le Président. Donnez-moi 2 petites secondes. Il y a quelqu'un qui essaie de nous appeler sur une ligne en même temps. Alors, je vais juste essayer de fermer, si vous me donnez 2 secondes, s'il vous plaît. On a déposé, je pense, à l'instant, un plan d'argumentation. Si vous me permettez, je vais juste... Voilà, merci. Alors, peut-être qu'on peut le mettre à l'écran, Madame la greffière.
Avez-vous la cote régie?
C'est ça que j'avais demandé.
Pas encore. Je ne vois juste que l'accusé de réception pour l'instant. Mais je peux...
Il est possible qu'il y ait un court délai entre
Oui, tout à fait.
l'avis que vous recevez là, et que ça se rende sur le site.
Vous êtes rapide, mais quand même, il y a des limites. Naturellement, durant la période de pause, j'essaie d'ajouter certaines informations factuelles qui nous ont été données, mais ce ne sera peut-être pas complet là, compte tenu de la longueur du témoignage de M. Hopkins. Vous m'indiquerez quand vous l'aurez, sinon, si vous préférez que je commence.
Ben, écoutez, je pense que vous pouvez commencer, puis
parfait,
on pourra s'y référer par la suite.
OK, parfait. Alors, je voulais tout d'abord vous dire que est-ce qu'on peut fermer le son de l'ordinateur? Je m'excuse. Alors, naturellement, pour les fins de la qualification qui est demandée devant vous, nous avons tenu compte et pris en considération les attentes de la régie qui sont naturellement prévues dans votre document, là, attentes de la régie relative au rôle des témoins experts et essentiellement, quant aux points qui sont mentionnés dans ce document-là, c'est la question de la pertinence, le fait que l'on doit porter assistance et la reconnaissance de l'expertise par le décideur. On est d'avis que nous rencontrons chacun de ces critères-là et que l'expertise du Dr Hopkins va permettre à la régie de se faire une tête sur justement le risque d'affaires des demanderesses et en réponse au rapport du Dr Brown, notamment, qui se réfère au rapport à Viséo. Et là, peut-être juste une parenthèse, naturellement, dans le plan d'argumentation qu'on vous a envoyé, on réfère à la SIG, mais je mentionne d'emblée que la question de la qualification de l'expert Dr Hopkins est importante et pertinente pour l'ensemble des intervenantes au dossier, puisque, comme vous le savez, nous nous sommes coordonnés pour vous fournir deux expertises dans ce dossier-ci, soit celle du Dr Hopkins et celle du Dr Booth. Au niveau de la reconnaissance de l'expertise, ce que le voir dire, selon nous, a démontré, c'est la grande connaissance et expertise du Dr Hopkins au niveau des questions de domaine de transition énergétique, mais également relativement au domaine de risques d'affaires, l'évaluation des risques d'affaires des entreprises réglementées. Et ça, c'est dans le contexte, et c'est important de s'en souvenir, dans le contexte de leurs opérations et environnements dans lesquels elles œuvrent. On a fait référence à son expertise à travers des années relativement à son poste à titre de Director of Energy Policy and Planning, à ce qu'il a fait au niveau du Vermont Public Service Department, mais également à l'égard de tous ses derniers mandats qu'il a pu faire avec Synapse, dont notamment, et c'est lui-même qui l'a dit, avec des projets qu'il considère ou des mandats qu'il considère comme étant très analogues au présent dossier par rapport à ce qu'il a fait au Vermont, au Maryland, dans le District de Columbia, pour nommer que ceux-là. Et comme vous allez le voir là, de la jurisprudence, l'expertise et la qualification à titre d'expert. Ah, parfait, merci. Je suis peut-être juste un petit peu plus bas. Parfait. Alors, l'expertise à titre d'expert, ça découle également de l'expérience et des mandats exécutés au fil des années. Alors, je pense qu'on a pu démontrer la grande expérience, les grandes expériences professionnelles de Monsieur Hopkins dans le domaine du futur des entités gazières, que ce soit par les témoignages qu'il a déjà rendus, les mandats qu'il a fait, les articles et présentations qui justifient, selon nous, la qualification qui est recherchée. Si on va à la page suivante. Alors, c'est quoi le but du témoignage de l'expert? Le témoignage de l'expert, c'est essentiellement pour éclairer le tribunal sur une question qui est plus pointue. Et ça ressort de la doctrine des attentes, justement, de la Régie dans son document des attentes à l'égard des experts et également au niveau de la jurisprudence. C'est pour combler un besoin spécifique et on est d'avis que le témoignage du Dr Hopkins va apporter une contribution pertinente à la Régie pour la décision qu'elle a à rendre dans le présent dossier. Il faut se souvenir que la question de la transition énergétique comme risque d'affaires est spécifiquement alléguée par les demanderesses dans le présent dossier dans le contexte du taux de rendement. Il faut se souvenir que le Dr Brown, l'expertise du Dr Brown, réfère justement à l'analyse, la considération de certains risques qu'il a identifiés, incluant les risques relatifs qui auraient été identifiés préalablement par Avisio, toute la question des politiques publiques et environnementales, la question du contexte énergétique, les questions de concurrence ou de composition de la clientèle. Ce sont tous des éléments qui font partie de l'analyse du risque d'affaires pour lesquels nous sommes d'avis que le Dr Hopkins va être en mesure d'éclairer la Régie. On se souviendra aussi que le Dr Brown a spécifiquement mentionné que, et c'est dans son rapport aussi, que la question du risque d'affaires, c'est essentiellement le business operation and environment. Et c'est ça que le Dr Hopkins est en mesure d'offrir comme analyse dans le contexte du risque d'affaires allégué par les demanderesses. Si on descend plus loin, les critères généralement reconnus par la jurisprudence pour déterminer la qualification d'un expert, c'est quand même assez similaire à ce que vous avez dans votre document sur les attentes relatives aux experts. Il y a la question de l'utilité de l'expertise. Donc, ça revient aussi à la question de l'importance de pouvoir éclairer le tribunal, la qualification de l'expert et l'impartialité de l'expert. Ce sont des éléments qui découlent notamment de la décision de la Cour suprême dans l'arrêt Moen, que vous retrouvez au paragraphe 16. Et ces critères-là, vous les avez déjà repris, comme on le voit au paragraphe 17 là, du plan d'argumentation. La pertinence et l'utilité de l'expertise, je l'ai déjà un peu mentionné, puis peut-être pour revenir à ces points-là, on est d'avis que le Dr Hopkins va être en mesure d'apporter une évaluation qualitative et quantitative du risque d'affaires, particulièrement en lien avec la transition énergétique dans le contexte du dossier de l'établissement du taux de rendement. Il va être en mesure également de fournir un éclairage relativement à la question justement de la transition énergétique dans le domaine gazier, puis comment on doit évaluer ce risque d'affaires-là et les autres risques d'affaires au niveau des opérations des gazières. Peut-être aller un peu plus bas au niveau de la qualification de l'expert. Alors, comme je vous l'ai dit tout à l'heure, ça découle également, pas juste du fait qu'une personne a été ou pas qualifiée à titre d'expert par un tribunal, mais ça peut découler également de l'expertise acquise au fil des ans, donc de l'expérience acquise au fil des ans. Naturellement, il y a une première fois à tout. Je me souviens que j'ai déjà eu à faire ce genre de débat-là dans le passé. Il s'agissait de M. Marshalls et ce qui était plaidé, c'était qu'il n'avait jamais eu dans le passé de qualification d'expert, mais il y a une première fois à tout. On comprend que la qualification que le Dr. Hopkins a déjà eue devant la régie, c'était dans un contexte différent, mais depuis, comme on l'a vu, il y a eu une expérience qui s'est acquise au fil des années à travers les différents mandats qu'il a fait, de sorte que la qualification qui est demandée devant vous, elle est adéquate. Et ça, vous retrouvez ça dans la décision, notamment un petit peu plus loin de Mohan. Vous retrouvez ça également dans le cadre de la jurisprudence, dans le dossier, dans l'arrêt, pas l'arrêt, mais la décision de Vidéotron. Et ça peut être tiré donc à la fois de l'ensemble de l'œuvre, c'est-à-dire la qualification, les qualifications académiques, les expériences passées. On rajoute à ça toute la question de la rédaction d'articles, la présentation de rapports, les témoignages passés devant les différentes instances. Je reprends certains éléments de son expérience un petit peu plus bas. Puis, hop, peut-être que on est allé trop rapidement, Madame la greffière. Peut-être un petit peu plus haut. C'est ça, pareil, à partir de 29, 30, 31, j'ai essayé de reprendre certains éléments, mais j'ai rajouté aussi la question des mandats spécifiques qu'il a pu faire. On se souviendra ce qu'il nous a dit tout à l'heure au niveau du Vermont, que c'était un dossier analogue à ce qui est fait dans le présent dossier relativement à la notion de risque d'affaires en matière de transition énergétique et l'impact que ça pouvait avoir au niveau du dossier de Washington également, là, donc des enjeux qui sont totalement similaires et analogues au présent dossier. À la fin du plan d'argumentation, il y a un point que je voudrais également soulever à la régie, c'est la question de l'équité procédurale et la notion de prudence. Naturellement, le Dr. Hopkins, la qualification qui est recherchée, c'est en lien avec le rapport qu'il a déposé et donc l'opportunité pour les intervenantes d'avoir un expert qui vient témoigner de la question du risque d'affaires lié à la transition énergétique et autres risques d'affaires qui sont identifiés par le Dr. Brown et également par Avisio, par la force des choses, puisque le Dr. Brown se fie au rapport d'Avisio. Donc, c'est important de s'assurer de ne pas affecter les droits des intervenantes quant à la possibilité de pouvoir avoir une expertise en réponse, une contre-expertise en réponse au Dr. Brown. Et ça soulève naturellement des questions d'équité procédurale et de justice naturelle, le droit d'être valablement entendu. Et vous avez ça notamment en fonction de ce qui est indiqué dans les ouvrages de l'auteur en droit administratif, Patrice Garand. Donc, il ne faut pas oublier qu'on doit être en mesure de pouvoir répondre à l'expertise du Dr. Brown. Dans un contexte comme celui-là, la jurisprudence est à l'effet que vous devez agir avec prudence et que de façon, et je le dis de façon totalement subsidiaire parce qu'on pense vous avoir démontré les grandes compétences et l'expérience du Dr. Hopkins et qui va être en mesure d'éclairer la régie sur les enjeux dans le présent dossier. Mais si vous deviez penser que vous avez un certain doute, à ce moment-là, la position, ça serait de d'entendre le Dr. Brown. Je ne vous dis pas que c'est ce que vous devriez faire. Moi, je pense que vous devriez reconnaître d'emblée et accepter la qualification que l'on demande et lui permettre de témoigner à titre d'expert. Mais s'il y avait un doute qui demeurait, la possibilité serait de reporter votre décision sur cette question-là après avoir entendu le Dr. Hopkins dans le cadre donc de votre décision finale. À nouveau, ce n'est qu'à titre subsidiaire que je vous soumets ce commentaire. Finalement, la question de les demanderesses vont indiquer ou vous dire qu'il y a double emploi d'experts ici dans le présent dossier. Alors, je vais leur retourner, je vais leur retourner la balle et je vais dire que je vais soulever le miroir parce que dans le présent dossier, ils ont retenu 2 experts. Quant à moi, un expert sur le risque d'affaires du côté opérationnel, environnemental, si je peux le dire de cette façon-là, et un expert qui, du point de vue financier, va également regarder le risque d'affaires des entreprises réglementées. Alors, le Dr. Willitson vient se prononcer. Premièrement, elle considère l'expertise du Dr. Brown, mais vient se prononcer clairement sur le risque, la portion risque financier des demanderesses pour la détermination du taux de rendement. Alors, il y a double emploi du côté des demanderesses et ce que l'on fait, c'est on se trouve à répondre essentiellement aux rapports qui nous ont été déposés. Et c'est dans ce contexte-là que on a un expert qui vient témoigner de la question du risque d'affaires tel que soumis par le Dr. Brown et naturellement le Dr. Booth qui vient compléter et prendre en considération cette notion de risque d'affaires du Dr. Hopkins pour les fins de la détermination du taux de rendement. J'ai entendu le contre-interrogatoire de ma consoeur et ce qu'elle a tenté de faire habilement, soit de venir dire que finalement, l'expertise du Dr. Hopkins se limite à des projets de transition énergétique et leur mise en œuvre. Et je suis certaine que je mettrais, comme on dit, ma main au feu, que c'est ce qu'elle va tenter de dire et par la force des choses, qu'il n'a pas d'expertise en matière de risque d'affaires. Alors, je vous annonce tout de suite que je pense que c'est une vision qui est obtuse, si c'est ce que l'on tente de démontrer, puisque à travers les années, je pense que le Dr. Hopkins a démontré son expérience tant au niveau de effectivement, et de la transition énergétique, mais certainement aussi dans le contexte de l'évaluation du risque d'affaires des entreprises et que on devrait s'assurer qu'il soit et que nous soyons entendus sur ces questions. Ça complète les représentations que j'avais à vous faire.
Merci, Maître Amelin. Alors, on va passer à l'argumentation de Maître Georgescu.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors, Madame la greffière, je crois que vous devriez également avoir reçu de notre part un plan d'argumentation. Malheureusement, je n'ai pas encore la cote de la régie. Je ne sais pas si vous y avez déjà accès. Sinon, je pourrais commencer la plaidoirie sans le plan, puis nous pourrons y référer plus tard. On me dit que c'est B0354. Ceci est le cahier des autorités qui a également été déposé en bloc ce que vous venez d'afficher, Madame la greffière.
Ah, nous avons le cahier des autorités, mais on ne voit pas le plan d'argumentation comme tel.
Alors, ça se peut qu'il ne soit pas encore et qu'il n'ait pas encore été traité par le greffe, Monsieur le Président. On s'en excuse. Il a été déposé il y a peut-être une vingtaine de minutes. Mais je vais commencer mes représentations, puis on pourra l'afficher lorsqu'il sera disponible. Alors, tout d'abord, je tiens comme commentaire préliminaire à vous indiquer que l'argumentation que je vais présenter est au nom des 3 demanderesses et non pas uniquement au nom de Gazifère et d'Intragaz que je représente. Tout d'abord, tout comme ma consoeur, nous avons également regardé les attentes de la Régie de l'énergie relatives au rôle des témoins experts pour les fins de notre examen de la qualification du Dr Hopkins dans les circonstances, évidemment en lecture conjointe avec l'article 30 du règlement sur la procédure de la Régie. Et comme le mentionnait Maître Hamelin, effectivement, ce sont bien les 3 mêmes critères que l'on regarde, la pertinence, la nécessité de porter assistance au décideur et la reconnaissance de l'expertise par le décideur. Et je vous soumets que dans la présente situation, les 2 premiers critères, soit le critère de la pertinence et de la nécessité de porter assistance au décideur, ne sont pas respectés. Dans le premier cas, notamment parce que, et je vais vous en parler plus longuement dans quelques instants, le docteur Hopkins a davantage une expérience dans le domaine de la transition énergétique et des mesures à mettre en place afin de pallier aux conséquences de la transition énergétique en matière de décarbonation, en matière d'efficacité énergétique et autres. Et donc, ce n'est pas connexe avec l'évaluation du risque d'affaires qui est requis pour les fins de la détermination du taux de rendement. Quant au critère de la nécessité de porter assistance aux décideurs, je vous soumets que dans les circonstances actuelles, les intervenants ont effectivement, comme l'a mentionné Maître Hamelin, et elle s'attendait bien à ce que nous fassions l'argument, il y a dédoublement des mandats des experts, puisque le Dr Booth fait également l'objet d'une demande de qualification à titre d'expert en risque d'affaires sans aucune limitation relativement à cette qualification. On ne vient pas indiquer qu'il va se prononcer sur le risque d'affaires seulement sur partie. On nous indique clairement que sa qualification est générale et qu'il va donc pouvoir se prononcer sur le risque d'affaires de façon globale. Mais je vais y revenir dans quelques instants. Alors, tout d'abord, pour commencer, je vous soumets que dans le cadre du voir-dire d'aujourd'hui et dans le cadre aussi du curriculum vitae du Dr Hopkins, on ne remarque pas et on ne peut pas identifier les compétences requises pour justifier la qualification qui est demandée, soit la qualification en matière de transition énergétique et d'expert en risque d'affaires. J'ai référé le Dr Hopkins pendant son contre-interrogatoire dans le voir-dire à son propre rapport dans lequel il identifie lui-même le mandat qui lui a été octroyé, qui est un mandat en matière d'évaluation du risque d'affaires aux fins de la détermination du taux de rendement. Et il comprend que c'est bien ce qui lui a été demandé de faire et pourtant, son curriculum vitae ainsi que son témoignage dans le cadre du voir-dire révèle davantage qu'il a une expérience professionnelle en matière de transition énergétique, de décarbonation et d'efficacité énergétique. Ce qui, malgré ce que pourraient prétendre les intervenants, n'est pas un sujet central à la question de l'évaluation du risque d'affaires. Peut-être que c'est un élément qui pourrait être accessoire dans l'évaluation, mais le Dr Hopkins a bien démontré que son expérience son expertise se concentre davantage dans l'identification et l'implantation de mesures visant à pallier aux différents enjeux et défis qui sont amenés par la transition énergétique. Son expérience est clairement centrée sur la planification, par exemple, en matière de décarbonation profonde. On parle de mesures d'efficacité énergétique dans le contexte de projets et de dossiers liés aux utilités publiques, que ce soit dans le domaine du gaz naturel ou dans le domaine de l'électricité. Et donc, son expérience est vraiment axée davantage dans ce secteur plutôt que dans le secteur ou sur l'aspect particulier de l'évaluation du risque d'affaires, évaluation du risque d'affaires pour les fins de la détermination du taux de rendement, ce qui est une évaluation qui doit suivre une certaine méthodologie et qui requiert certaines connaissances et une expérience. Et de toute évidence, le Dr Hopkins n'a pas réussi à faire la preuve qu'il détenait ces compétences qui sont nécessaires pour les fins du présent dossier. Le Dr Hopkins a d'ailleurs lui-même admis qu'il n'a jamais eu à faire l'exercice qui lui est demandé dans le cadre du présent dossier par le passé. Il n'a jamais été reconnu comme témoin expert en matière de risque d'affaires pour la détermination du taux de rendement. Il n'a même jamais pris part à un dossier de taux de rendement par le passé. Et malgré le fait que ma consoeur tente de le dépeindre comme quelqu'un qui a accumulé énormément d'expérience dans les divers dossiers dans lesquels il a pris part en matière d'évaluation de risque d'affaires ou de travaux qui pourraient potentiellement être analogues ou que l'on pourrait comparer à ce qui doit être fait dans le présent dossier. Un dossier de taux de rendement est excessivement technique et requiert justement que l'on puisse savoir en détail quelle est la méthodologie à appliquer. Il est requis que l'expert qui va être porté à conseiller la régie relativement au risque d'affaires soit quelqu'un qui ait l'expérience nécessaire pour pouvoir le faire. Et dans ce cas-ci, le Dr Hopkins n'a pas démontré détenir cette expérience. Par ailleurs, dans la mesure, puis je vous soumets que c'est notre conclusion principale, dans la mesure où le mandat du Dr Hopkins dans les circonstances est un mandat d'évaluation du risque d'affaires pour les fins du taux de rendement et que la qualification qui est demandée déborde de ce cadre et que, de toute évidence, la preuve, selon nous, révèle qu'il n'a pas les compétences nécessaires pour pouvoir exécuter un mandat comme celui-là. Ce que nous demandons à la régie, c'est de ne pas le reconnaître comme expert ni en efficacité énergétique, en transition énergétique, ni en évaluation de risque d'affaires. Relativement au dédoublement, quant à la qualification des experts dans le dossier, je vous soumets que, je l'ai mentionné tantôt, effectivement, les intervenants demandent la qualification du Dr Booth comme expert en risque d'affaires, sans limitation. L'article 232 du Code de procédure civile indique clairement, et dans ce cas-ci, il vient jouer le rôle un peu de règle supplétive, puisque le règlement sur sur la procédure de la Régie de l'énergie ne prévoit rien à cet effet. Donc, l'article 232 du Code de procédure civile vient nous dire que pour une même partie, on ne peut se prévaloir que d'une expertise par discipline ou matière, à moins d'avoir une autorisation du tribunal et de faire face à un dossier particulièrement complexe. Dans ce cas-ci, je vous soumets que les intervenants ont choisi de faire qualifier 2 experts pour la même expertise, ce qui normalement n'est pas la règle, sans compter évidemment que du point de vue des principes de proportionnalité qu'on nous enseigne suivant l'article 18 du Code de procédure civile et des règles générales en matière de procédure civile, on ne respecte pas donc le principe de proportionnalité en ayant 2 experts qui vont se prononcer sur le même sujet. Mais puis je vous réfère à cet égard-là dans le plan, Madame la greffière, je suis à la page 4. je vous réfère notamment à la décision dès 2015-138 dans laquelle justement la Régie se prononçait sur la duplication d'une grande partie d'une expertise et disait que cela n'ajoute rien à la qualité des mémoires qui seront soumis par les intervenants et que de plus, une telle duplication ne sert pas les objectifs d'efficacité et d'efficience et ne permet pas de réduire les frais qui sont liés au service d'un expert. Et pour ces motifs-là, la Régie n'a pas autorisé le dépôt d'un des rapports d'experts. Dans ce cas-ci, on vous demande de ne pas qualifier un second expert pour la même expertise. Mais laissant de côté la question d'efficience et d'efficacité, je vous ramène vers un problème peut-être plus flagrant. Le fait qu'avoir un dédoublement dans le présent dossier sur la question du risque d'affaires pose non seulement le risque de contradiction, mais nous nous retrouvons déjà devant une situation de contradiction. Et je m'explique. Et pour m'expliquer, je vais vous référer au rapport du Dr. Booth et à la DDR. De la Régie au Dr. Hopkins. Madame la greffière, je n'ai pas besoin qu'on la mette à l'écran, je vais juste lire les extraits. Donc, dans le rapport du Dr. Booth, pour lequel on demande la qualification d'expert en risque d'affaires, le Dr. Booth indique à la page 3, lignes 28 et 29, relativement au risque d'affaires d'intragaz. Consequently, I have no trouble intragaz being allowed the same financial parameters as Énergir. Et en réponse à la DDR que lui adressait la Régie, le Dr. Hopkins, à la pièce CASIG 0048, à la question 1.1, puisqu'il y en avait juste une, à la toute fin de la réponse, relativement à intragaz, le Dr. Hopkins répond, Dr. Hopkins agrees with the Régie's order from 2013 that Intragaz's business risk is lower than Énergir's. Déjà à ce stade-ci, nous nous retrouvons dans une situation de contradiction des opinions des deux experts des intervenants quant à l'évaluation du risque d'affaires d'Intragaz, ce qui pose un problème d'importance pour le présent dossier. C'est pour ça qu'on vous soumet notamment que le Dr. Hopkins, en plus de ne pas avoir les qualifications requises pour pouvoir avoir la qualification d'expert en risque d'affaires, ne devrait pas être reconnu à ce titre. Je vous amène, Madame la greffière. Oui, c'est parfait. À la page... peut-être un petit peu plus haut, si vous permettez. Oui, paragraphe 32, disons, aux alentours de. Juste un instant, je vais juste me resituer dans mon plan. Comme je le mentionnais tantôt, le Dr. Hopkins a une expérience dans la planification et l'offre de mesures et d'outils en efficacité énergétique, en transition énergétique, visant à atteindre des cibles qui sont fixées par les différents paliers de gouvernement en ce qui a trait aux émissions de gaz à effet de serre, par exemple. Dans le présent cas, dans le dossier dans lequel nous nous trouvons, ce n'est pas la question qui est en jeu et l'identification et la mise en œuvre d'outils pour atteindre des cibles fixées par le gouvernement provincial ou les municipalités au Québec n'est pas le point central de la discussion, bien au contraire. Ce travail s'effectue en parallèle et fait l'objet d'autres dossiers qui sont portés devant la Régie de l'énergie, notamment des projets qui sont liés au développement, par exemple, du programme de la biénergie en ce qui concerne Énergir, du GNR, de l'hydrogène vert, et cela a été évoqué d'ailleurs par les témoins tout au long de l'audience. La Régie de l'énergie, compte tenu de la situation, compte tenu de ce qui précède, a la compétence pour rejeter une expertise non pertinente. Elle a cette compétence en vertu de l'article 3 et nous vous soumettons que dans les circonstances, l'expertise et le rapport du Dr. Hopkins n'est pas pertinent pour les fins du débat et de l'examen qui doit être effectué par la Régie afin de déterminer le taux de rendement des gazières. Et je vous réfère à une décision de la Régie relativement à l'application justement de ce principe selon lequel la Régie a compétence pour rejeter une expertise, la décision D 2021-129. Vous avez l'extrait d'ailleurs dans le plan d'argumentation. Je ne vais pas m'y attarder plus longuement. Et donc, c'est sur cette base-là et je fais suite à cette possibilité pour vous soumettre que dans les circonstances actuelles, compte tenu de ce qui précède, la Régie devrait rejeter l'expertise du Dr. Hopkins et rejeter également sa qualification à titre d'expert en risque d'affaires et en transition énergétique. Subsidiairement, toutefois, si jamais la Régie décidait de ne pas aller dans cette direction, nous vous soumettons que la qualification du Dr. Brown devrait se limiter sur le sujet pour lequel il a démontré certaines compétences, c'est-à-dire en matière de transition énergétique uniquement. Et il ne devrait pas être autorisé à être qualifié à titre d'expert en risque d'affaires.
Vous avez dit Dr. Brown?
Pardon, Dr. Hopkins, excusez-moi. Merci, monsieur le sténographe. Je prends juste un instant pour réviser mes notes pour voir si je n'ai pas oublié quelque chose. Ça fait généralement le tour de ce que j'avais à vous faire comme représentation. Donc, j'ai terminé, à moins que la Régie n'ait des questions.
Il n'y aura pas de questions.
Merci.
Maître Hamelin, vous souhaitez avoir une réplique?
Oui, s'il vous plaît.
Allez-y.
Alors, quelques points en réponse à la plaidoirie de ma collègue. Tout d'abord, sur la question du double emploi, je pense que c'est important de rappeler que les experts de la demanderesse traitent elles-mêmes de la question du risque d'affaires dans leurs deux rapports, c'est-à-dire le Dr. Brown considère le risque d'affaires sous l'angle de comme il l'a dit, le Operations, Business and Environment. Et je me demande si j'étais à la même audience que ma collègue depuis 3 jours. Mais depuis 3 jours, on parle des risques d'affaires liés aux politiques énergétiques, les facteurs de ça, les questions de concurrence entre le gaz et l'électricité, les plans de résilience. Alors, tout ça, et le fait même que l'on invoque la question de la transition énergétique comme justifiant un taux de rendement plus élevé. Alors, je tombe un peu en bas de ma chaise quand on vient de me dire que l'on devrait donc se limiter au taux de rendement, alors que ça fait 3 jours que les demanderesses justifient la position d'un taux de rendement plus élevé à cause, pas des anciens risques d'affaires comme qu'on a entendu dans le passé, c'est-à-dire la taille de l'entreprise et tout ça, à cause de ce nouveau risque d'affaires-là qui justifierait une telle hausse. Alors, et c'est très clair que le Dr. Booth n'entre pas dans ces questions-là. Il ne traite pas de ces enjeux-là. Le Dr. Hopkins, son expertise traite des points spécifiques de risque d'affaires opérationnel d'une entreprise et son contexte dans lequel il œuvre, pour éclairer le docteur Booth quant à l'analyse financière qui devra justifier d'un taux de rendement plus élevé ou pas. Et les demanderesses font la même chose. D'ailleurs, on se souviendra quand on dit qu'on fait, alors on pourrait rejeter à ce moment-là toutes les expertises au dossier puis passer à autre chose. Le Dr. Brown, quand il évalue les différents éléments identifiés par la firme Avisio, souvenez-vous, il va venir dire, est-ce que l'entité que je considère est plus ou moins risquée que mon groupe de comparables? Bien, à la base, nous, on pense que pour déterminer le taux de rendement, puis déterminer est-ce qu'il y a ou pas risque d'affaires, est-ce que c'est vrai que les demanderesses subissent un risque d'affaires plus important qui justifie une hausse de taux de rendement, puis que c'est à ce point-là bouleversant, ben c'est ce que le Dr. Brown fait dans son analyse quand et on pourra plaider de la qualification et de l'expérience du Dr. Brown, etc., plus tard dans le cheminement. Mais clairement, cette question-là, si on parle de double emploi, les demanderesses font la même chose. Et dans un contexte comme celui-là, dans un dossier aussi complexe, quand cet enjeu-là est soulevé par les demanderesses elles-mêmes, d'indiquer que les intervenants peuvent pas argumenter cet aspect-là. Je suis un peu, je suis très surprise des propos de ma collègue. Très surprise également qu'on indique une demande du rejet de l'expertise. D'ailleurs, ça n'a jamais été annoncé. Généralement, quand on demande le retrait d'une preuve, on ne le fait pas dans le contexte d'une qualification d'expertise. Quant à moi, ça aurait dû être annoncé auparavant. Mais à tout événement, je ne pense pas qu'on est dans un contexte de double emploi pour les raisons que je vous ai mentionnées. Les deux experts, d'ailleurs, vous les avez lus, les rapports. Les deux experts traitent d'un point de vue financier et de l'autre, je dirais, opérationnel. Ça complète les commentaires additionnels que je voulais faire.
Merci beaucoup, Maître Hamelin. Alors, on va examiner tout ça et on vous donnera des indications sur la suite demain, probablement demain avant-midi.
Monsieur le Président, si vous permettez, oui. Nous sommes en train de considérer peut-être une supplique avec la permission de la régie, mais avant tout, j'aimerais simplement consulter mes collègues pour savoir si ce sera nécessaire.
Oui, d'accord.
Merci.
Qu'est-ce qu'on va nous indiquer là?
C'est vraiment deux commentaires très, très courts, Monsieur le Président. Le premier, pour vous dire que c'est un lapsus de ma part. Nous ne demandons pas le rejet de l'expertise du Dr. Hopkins, mais bien de ne pas le faire qualifier selon la qualification qui a été demandée et la preuve pouvant rester au dossier à titre de preuve de consultant dont la valeur probante pourra être évaluée par la régie. Et quant aux commentaires de ma consoeur relativement à la qualification du Dr. Brown, il semble y avoir confusion entre le concept d'utilité de l'expertise versus la qualification de l'expert. Les intervenants n'ont pas contesté la qualification du Dr. Brown dans les temps requis. Par conséquent, je considère qu'à ce stade-ci, c'est un faux débat que l'on essaie de soulever. Le Dr. Brown est reconnu comme expert compte tenu de l'absence de qualification normalement, de l'absence de contestation de la qualification normalement. Et par conséquent, il est juste question maintenant de l'évaluation de la valeur probante par la régie quant à son témoignage et quant à son rapport d'expertise. C'est tout ce que j'avais à vous partager.
Merci. Alors, ça complète cette partie pour la journée. Juste souligner que la réponse à l'engagement numéro 2 a été déposée. Je vais vérifier du côté d'Options consommateurs si on avait des questions sur les réponses qui ont été fournies.
Honnêtement, je n'ai pas eu la chance d'en discuter avec mon analyste. Alors, si vous permettez, je vais vous revenir demain matin avec la réponse à votre question. Mais à première vue, là, je pense qu'on a eu la réponse qu'on cherchait, là, mais laissez-moi confirmer avant que je fasse une erreur.
Très bien. Et on attend l'engagement numéro 3 et 4.
Oui, effectivement, là, ça ne devrait pas tarder. En ce qui concerne le 3, certainement. La 4, ça a été demandé aujourd'hui, donc on va travailler là-dessus.
OK.
Avec votre permission, Monsieur le Président, avant que vous ajourniez, j'aurais peut-être juste une question d'intendance.
Oui, allez-y.
Demain, on commencerait avec la preuve de la SIG. On avait annoncé Mme Chazal qui viendrait faire présentation. Et je pense que dans le calendrier, vous aviez prévu bon, il y a toujours une possibilité de contre-interrogatoire, mais que c'était comme si j'avais bien compris le calendrier seulement à la fin. Là. Donc, je voulais juste m'assurer que, parce que madame, si on pouvait entendre l'introduction, si je peux dire, de madame Rabard en premier lieu, et elle serait disponible au contre-interrogatoire et ensuite pouvoir la libérer si c'était possible.
OK, procéder tout de suite au contre-interrogatoire, tout de suite après sa présentation, au lieu d'attendre avec M. Hopkins.
Exactement comme on a fait
Parfait.
Généralement pour les autres témoins avec les différents panels.
Oui, pas de problème.
Parfait.
Très bien, merci beaucoup à tous. Alors, on se revoit demain matin à 9 h.
Merci.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci, bonne soirée.